It's technology for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, High Tide Imbibe, whatever the fuck my channel's called, live, because BA 101 is not a thing this weekend or this week.
Nicholas is busy, although he says he might join us, but will he? I don't know.
Maybe. He's in my province, bumming around doing something. I don't know what the fuck.
Wow.
Maybe if he had, I know he had like mentioned something that caught, like, oh, I'm going to Nova Scotia. All right. Well, if he's intending to come near me, because that doesn't really narrow it down too much. It's like there's still plenty of Nova Scotia that's not near where I am. So, but,
I just assume everything is within 15-20 minute drive of you.
No, not at all. So yeah, I didn't know he was going to be this close. So I could have fucked my schedule around and we could have hung out today or whatever. But whatever.
Another time, perhaps. Another time.
Yeah, I don't know how long he's staying there. He didn't.
I don't think he specified. He didn't specify, so I don't know.
No.
I don't even know what I was doing. I was asking in the chat, but I guess he's been driving and busy, hasn't answered. Because I'm like, I don't know if he's there to visit family. I don't know if he's there for. I think he took his bike with him, so maybe he's just doing some biking in new places. I don't know.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the Fuzz with his new military haircut.
Right.
Yeah.
What do I got today? Oh, yes.
Yeah. What do you got there, Scott?
Look at the fridge.
It's pretty windy out.
Oh, yes. All right. Today I'm going to have.
Oh, Pollender Weiss beer.
Good choice.
Nice.
Should I get a glass?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it can't be an animal just drinking your beer out of a bottle.
Yeah. What's that about?
Just 1 second.
Okay. What are you drinking there, Gregory?
Well, I actually don't have a lot of beer in the fridge. I'll have to fix that tomorrow. But I'm having from Orange Snail Brewers, which is a brewery out in Milton. It's actually very close to where I like to go mountain biking. So very convenient to pick some beer up on the way back. It's their 10th anniversary Belgian quad at 11%, because I figure why not start big? And it was on sale last time I was there. Not gonna lie, it's not the greatest Belgian quad in the world. Probably not even close. But it's not terrible. It's 11%, and it was on sale for $6 a can, as opposed to their usual $10 a can. So I was like, I'll buy some more of this if it's still available next time there.
Sounds like a good deal to me. Yeah.
Especially since I talked to who I think is the owner. He just seemed very sad, because all I asked him, because I had 11 beers, I'm like, oh, do you guys offer a discount if I get 12 or so? He's like, no, we can't do that anymore. Everything's just too expensive. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I asked.
Boy, fuck. As soon as you left the fucking place, he walked into a closet with a noose hanging in it.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck.
I hope not. I mean, I like that brewery. They don't make the greatest. They're like one of those 7 out of 10 breweries where they make a lot of good stuff, nothing particularly amazing, but I'm like, hey, they're convenient. They're on my way back. I can pick a few things up from them. So I'd be sad if the owner offed himself. So if you're watching this by any chance, don't off yourself.
Yeah.
I'll be by maybe next week to spend $50.
Yeah, don't on the live. He doesn't even need a buy 12 and get some money off deal. Just, it's cool, man. Just calm down. I'm drinking my sort of favorite go-to these days.
Good old Pilsner Urquell.
Yeah. I want Scott to come back because I want to because he'll appreciate my my intro a little bit better. I think
that's true. I'm an uncouth hound that can't appreciate your intros. Oh, speaking of which, hi Layla.
And if anyone's watching, I think there's at least one person watching. What are you drinking?
Hey, Brandon. What laundry are you doing this week that you can't join us?
I wouldn't even know how to get him the link without putting it in the chat. And
oh, you got a motorcycle there. Rum, rum.
Yeah, it's one of those fucks who lives in the subdivision behind us. It's fucking... there's like 3 or 4 of the motherfuckers come out, and they always rev when they come out of there. And the subdivision behind me, by the way, is basically a subdivision full of like retired people So it's like, that's exactly what like 70, 80-year-old people want to hear at like 3 a.m. There's a fucking motorcycle blaring full blast.
Well, there's one of those. I don't know how much you heard it because I don't think it was as loud as yours. There's some idiot with a car with it's usually when you modify a car or put an exhaust on a car, but don't actually bother to change the tuning of it.
Mm-hmm.
You just the car ends up just backfiring like crazy, and it actually makes the car slower. But to the 16-year-old driving it, they're like, "Oh, this is awesome! It makes noise."
Yeah.
But if that's the case, put a kazoo in the exhaust.
Mm-hmm.
It makes noise.
I'm gonna show you, Scott, the intro I had for this because I've got the new fancy StreamYard now. I can do intros and stuff. So I'm just gonna play this here real quick. Let's see if they'll let me play it anyway.
They must be aroused on sight.
Now I gotta ask: did you recognize both things? Did you recognize who the wrestler was?
No.
Bullet Bob Armstrong, who was the father of the Road Dogg's father, and so that was his other persona, the Bullet. Whenever he lost in a territory or whatever, it's like, well, his friend the Bullet's coming to revenge him, with his mask on and shit. And the music is one of the stock music pieces from WCW called Tobacco Joe, and I think 4 or 5 different wrestlers used the same theme over the years. So
yeah, the one that Cody Rhodes uses was the American Dreams before the American Dream had his own, and it was someone else's before that too.
Yeah,
and they just build off of it.
I'm gonna try this thermocell and see if it actually works to keep the mosquitoes away. We shall see. Hey, I know what a Cody Rhodes is because I watched the WWE special, the one on Netflix, which this
is really good. I've never had it before.
No.
And look, I am now scent free and no mess. Isn't that fantastic?
I don't believe that for a second, but that's fine.
Well, until they invent smell-o-vision, you'll have to take my word for it.
There's a wrestler that's out of the Maritimes that he wrestles in TNA.
Okay.
And
Tits and ass.
Cody Deaner.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know Cody Deaner. Yeah.
Okay, so he wrestles in TNA, but he had a loser leaves town match and he lost.
Mm-hmm.
But now he comes out as the hometown man, and it's a guy, and he's under a mask, under a hood, and he's from the town that they're in, right? And he's the hometown man. Nice,
I like it. And of course, there's always the least convincing one they ever did, which was when Dusty Rhodes was the Midnight Rider, where it's just like, that's so obviously Dusty Rhodes. It's not even fooling anybody. It's not even fooling the real rubes in the fucking back seats or whatever,
Wow. What about Mr. America?
I guess Mr. America is is kind of like the modern equivalent of the Midnight Rider in a way. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know, but I think Dustin Rhodes was actually Gold Dust.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so I gotta say, who did he piss off to get that gig?
Cody Rhodes was Stardust.
Yep.
Oh, was he? Okay. I thought that was Iggy Pop.
No.
Who did Dustin Rhodes piss off to get the Gold Dust gimmick?
Yeah.
I don't think he pissed off anybody, but his father, Dusty Rhodes, pissed off Vince McMahon.
Oh, because see, that's what I was gonna say. Because I watched. If you guys haven't seen the Mr. McMahon Netflix special, highly recommend it. I thought it was fantastic. I just watched it again. And talk about Owen Hart, who he didn't piss off Vince McMahon, but Bret Hart pissed off Vince McMahon. So then apparently they kind of turned Owen Hart to all these different characters, including this weird bird guy that was kind of like a bit of an idiot.
Blue Blazer.
Yeah, there we go. And then he died. But although I don't think
Oh.
Vince McMahon did that on purpose. But
Well, I mean, Owen Hart was also the Blue Blazer early on too. They brought that back to like kind of.
oh, did they?
Yeah, but yeah, Goldust. I mean, technically, I guess was okay. This is the Dream's son, so we're gonna fuck with them. But he made it work though. Like he it was his most successful gimmick. So
Yeah.
And I mean, before that, he was the natural Dustin Rhodes, and like he was really good in WCW. Like he was, even though he was kind of being pushed by his father, who was the booker at the time. He still did really good for himself there too.
Yep. Yep.
And we got Dan in the chat, Western Canadian Reviewer, saying the Blue Blazer. Yes, indeed. Yep.
There we go. That's Dan wishes to be the Blue Blazer for now. My goodness, I couldn't pronounce that word. I've only had a little bit of 11% quad.
Yeah. So Nicholas said he might pop in.
Well, it depends. I mean, I think he's staying at a family member's house tonight, so he may have to be on his best behavior and
Yes, he's staying at his aunt's house.
make sure he's not, make sure he's not like gooning in her basement or anything.
Yeah, I don't know how soundproof her basement is compared to his parents' basement.
I've never been to Nick's house, but I think Nick's situation may involve his parents just not having very good hearing.
That's probably it. Yeah.
That is correct.
There we go.
I know Nick's parents quite well.
Huh? Oh, it's our good friend Scott. It's been awfully quiet down there, Scott. He might be masturbating. Give him 10 minutes.
They've never said that.
All right, we hear the washer going. I think he's cleaning up.
They never said that either. He died. I don't think has he ever washed his own clothes? I don't know. Good question.
I just meant washing his cig. I asked her that once and he refused to answer it, so I was like, yeah.
Yeah. Terrible. We're terrible friends. Nick
needs to learn from our good president, well, the Southern president, U.S. Donald Trump, and just learn to lie about everything. I do all the laundry. I do it all. I do the best laundry. I do it all. I do it for my parents too.
I do the best. I starch it all up. I do the best laundry. No one does laundry like me. They even say you see on Fox News, they say does the best laundry. They know laundry. They've seen laundry before on their broadcast. And they say I do the best laundry all the time.
Nobody does that was actually a pretty good impression, I'd say.
People who are watching, if you're drinking, tell us what you're drinking.
And if you're not drinking, tell us what you're smoking.
Yeah, or whatever you're doing.
Or eating. What are you shoving in your cake hole right now?
What is occupying your mouth at this time?
Yeah. Are you sucking a cock while watching this? Let us know.
Or eating pussy. There's nothing wrong
or
with
eating
that.
a pussy. Yeah.
We're not gonna
Unless you're eating an actual cat, then don't do that. Stop it right now.
No,
you
don't want
the cat. Treat it with respect.
Hold on here though. Are you yucking someone's yum? That's a lot of cultures.
If it involves animal abuse, then yes.
Yeah, I don't respect a culture that does harm to animals like that.
So there was a thing that happened a few days ago where some idiot in a pickup truck up in Newmarket, which is just a suburb, basically just a little north of Toronto. They like somebody in a neighborhood, and it was all caught on cam, just randomly shot a rabbit for no reason. Like drove by in a pickup truck, shot a rabbit off somebody's lawn in the middle of the fucking neighborhood in the middle of the fucking day. And it was on CB24 and like on their Twitter channel. So of course I always like to check the comments. And they automatically bumped right into racism, like, "Oh, new Canadians! Oh, it must be Trudeau's, students from India or whatever." I'm like, listen, there's a lot of crime here, and a lot of it is perpetrated by new Canadians. What about somebody in a white pickup truck north of the city shooting their shotgun or rifle or whatever, screams brown people to you? No, that is a fucking white redneck. That is like, there is zero chance that is anyone but a fucking white redneck that did that. Like,
that's the kind of person who is really, really mad about the gun registry.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, you know what? I mean, our cruelty to animal charges are stupid. They'll get nothing for that, but hopefully they at least get a serious charge for firing a firearm in the middle of a Sunday on in a fucking neighborhood where there could be children playing and stuff like that. And you just like, people are so fucking dumb.
Yeah. And that just speaks more of like just out note like psychopathy or something along those lines, you know, as opposed to like, you know, a person who is into hunting and, you know, hunts for food and stuff like that. That's just like a random person. Just like it had been a cat or a dog, they probably would have shot at that as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hope they catch this person. It shouldn't take them it shouldn't be that difficult. I mean, you know, everyone's filming everyone nowadays. It shouldn't be that fucking difficult to catch them. But like, it's like, yeah, like what the fuck is wrong with you? Like how stupid are you? But again, I also laugh at the other end of the spectrum where everyone automatically assumes it's an Indian person. I'm like, what about this screams that it's an Indian crime? Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, listen. I have no problem of calling a spade when it's appropriate, but there's no way if this is not a white person, I will be fucking shocked.
Yeah, I will take my shoe and eat it.
Wow.
Or throw it.
Yeah, I'd probably throw it because this would not be that. I don't think I'd want to eat that.
Like there's a lot of Eastern Indians here now in Nova Scotia as well. I mean, they like I think I might have mentioned before, like a whole bunch of them have kind of like come in the last year or so and have basically taken over every like franchise restaurant and stuff around here. Like
it doesn't surprise me because a lot of them were sleeping on the streets in Toronto, so I guess they moved on to better things.
Yeah, there was a lot of opportunity here. Like the Tim Hortons was failing, the Kentucky Fried Chicken was failing, the corner store right down the street here from me was like in a flux because like the previous owner had died and the new owner was hating the job because the head office wasn't giving them any respect or any help. So like they kind of swooped in there as well, kind of with ease because she was looking to unload it. So I would be super surprised to see any of those motherfuckers have the time to do any random shooting of rabbits while driving along. They are working all the fucking time. Like a whole family runs the fucking needs now, and they're taking shifts. And some of them live in fucking Halifax and are driving from Halifax to here to do their shift and then going back to fucking Halifax at the end of their shift. Like they got no time to be randomly murdering pets and random animals, and it's fucking stupid.
Well, I mean, and unfortunately in Brampton, they're not all very hardworking people. Many of them are. I mean, let's be honest, probably 90% of them are. But Brampton especially, and it branches up to Mississauga and Toronto as well. A lot of carjackings being done, and they're being done mostly by Indian people. But again, there's probably a good suspicion that it's like supposed suspicion is a lot of it's being done by like Russian organized crime or something, and they're just importing these guys because they're just cheap labor, and basically, if they get caught, they just send them back to India and get some more guys.
Either importing them or just preying on the impoverished Indians that are currently here who can't find work in the city, and that would also be. I mean, generally the crime happens because it's a low income impoverished neighborhood or whatever,
Well, that was kind of the problem. With our good friend Trudeau, who I was not the biggest fan of, I certainly wouldn't wave a flag telling everyone I want to fuck him, but he did invite an awful lot of population. And again, a lot of people from India were sleeping on the streets because literally had no place to put them. Suddenly there's an influx of millions of extra people after COVID. And most of them just want to make a better life for themselves, but you got to be realistic with what your population can support. And we didn't have the housing for it. So now you've got a problem with Brampton. You've got like people who are here, like Indians, but like established Canadian citizen Indians or people that have been here for a long time. They're turning into slumlords, and they're pulling shit like having illegal housing where they'll have a house and they'll have like fucking 20 people in like a house or a basement or something.
Yeah.
Like there's all these listings that are technically illegal. Like, there's a room, you share it with 4 other people, you share a bathroom, no real privacy. Like all that shit's, you can't be doing it, but no one's really enforcing it enough that they don't get away with it.
Some of that seems to be going on here as well. That's the big sticking point for like all the virulent racists in town who are like really, really upset that there's more brown people in their day-to-day life,
I mean, if they're working hard to, make you your pizza or whatever shitty food you're about to eat, I wouldn't worry too much about them. But yeah, I mean, I understand, like, you don't like the idea of being carjacked by them or whatever. But that, again, you're right. It's kind of like, I don't think a lot of them come over here planning to do that. It's just kind of like, well, we don't have anything else to do. And yeah, these organized crime people will take advantage of it because, they're not freaking stealing your car and going joyriding with it. They're stealing your car. It's on a container going in Montreal, leaving the country within 12 hours. That's organized crime. That's not a fucking. That's not a couple fucking dudes from India coming over and saying we're going to cause trouble.
Yeah, that's Russian gangsters and shit like that doing that.
Yeah, so
but
it is, and I mean, Canada with its leniency, it's like everyone's out on bail, and by the time you're actually facing a court charge, you've left the country anyway. So what does it matter?
Yeah. But like
Thanks,
here,
Obama.
but like here, like I would be super surprised to see like if any of the Indian population that's come into the Annapolis Valley and other parts of Nova Scotia are in any way part of like the crime statistics at all.
Probably not. No.
Yeah, especially in my town, like the crime here is every once in a while. Okay, just recently in the last year and a half or so, we actually had a murder.
In your town?
Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, just across the street from my house, almost.
Really?
And it was a local guy who has since fled to Texas, and they have yet to extradite him from the U.S.
Okay.
But he's the suspect, I'll say. But everyone's pretty much sure that he's the guy who did it.
Yeah, he fled, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you flee to Texas otherwise?
Yeah. And the murder victim was one of the, I guess it's they're not Jehovah's Witnesses. I think they're like a weird Baptist offshoot of some sort that came into Nova Scotia. I'm not 100% sure. They're called the Joneses. They're known as the Joneses family.
Okay.
Like the same Joneses that went down to South America and all off themselves with ketamine.
No, that you're thinking of Jonestown. That's a different thing. That was what was his name? Jim Jones in his cult of Christian crazies. But I mean, these guys are also kind of a cult. They're like kind of they're Baptists or Mormon or something along those lines. Like it's one of those weird because there's like 40,000 iterations of Christianity alone. So they're somewhere on that scale. But
I mean, most religions are just cults. Some are just more successful than others.
Yeah, and these guys are like they're all business owners and stuff. Like they're they do the thing where the women are subservient and they gotta wear like fucking headscarves and fucking plain clothes and stuff like that. But they're all very nice people. When I used to work at the Ultramar gas station corner store, they used to come in all the time. The men were always dressed they looked like they were from the 1930s. So every time they walked in, I felt like I was time traveling a little bit because they come in their proper suits and the women would come in their like fucking Little House on the Prairie fucking get up that they're wearing, but all very nice people. And I actually kind of knew this lady because she was like a constant customer. She would come in and pay for the gas bill and stuff like that. Very, very nice, very kind woman. And then one day in the paper, it's like, so-and-so Jones, body found and like in a car, not, more than a few hundred yards away from my house across the street kind of thing. And it's like, holy fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
so it was the woman that got.
Yeah, she got killed.
Right.
And I think it was like some sort of, it seems like it might have been like the guy lured her there somehow. And like the really crazy thing is like across the street from where my house is, there's like a Bible college of a sort. And it was on the grounds of that Bible college that her body was found.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So it was really fucked up. Like, but I mean that is the biggest crime really you see around here, and it's very rare. Usually it's, kids doing vandalism, maybe petty theft from a tool shed,
Right.
People getting caught intoxicated in public, like that petty small town shit, but not murders. And then this happens. So
yeah, interesting.
But turning it around to where we started, I don't see the lovely Indian people who have now taken over most of the business here having the time to do any of that stuff. So
yeah, and generally speaking, they don't want to do that kind of stuff, right? Because
no,
they want to stay here, right? And they know that if they do that, they fuck it up.
No, they're here to make a life and a reputation and like be in good standing and be accepted into the community. That's what they're trying to do.
And they got fed up with all the bullshit going on in Ontario, most likely, and said, hey, maybe there's something to make in the Maritimes. But, well, it's like anything else, though. I mean, right? Like, the teenagers and the 20-somethings are going to be the ones causing a lot of the shit, especially, when they're bored. And it's like, same thing with any race. And it's like, the older people are like, no, we want to actually make a living, make a good life for ourselves.
I'll say
not go back to India.
I'll say so far I have not seen any. I don't think I've even seen any Indians like even close to my age as the ones who are like coming in here. Like the people who've taken over all the businesses around here. You'd be surprised if any of them are 30.
Like younger than 30 or over?
Younger
like
than 30?
Younger than 30 or older than 30?
They all look younger than 30 to me.
Oh, interesting.
They all feel like they're in their 20s. Maybe some of them are 30, early 30s, but at the most. But no, they're all visibly, noticeably younger than I am. So,
well, like part of me wonders. I mean, obviously we know the big food corporations, like fast food and all that shit, are taking advantage because they can't find enough white people that want to work for whatever they're offering to do. But it's funny, like when you go to Domino's Pizza over here, like of course it's all brown people, but 3 of them will be wearing a uniform, but there's like 6 of them in the back that seem to be working, and I'm just like,
that's a little suspect. Yeah.
How many of you are actually legally being paid, and how many of the rest of you are just kind of being paid under the counter or something just as extra help or whatever?
Unfortunately, that does happen. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like you can't blame them because I mean when they come here, I mean the rule's no different than what a native born Canadian, especially a white Canadian or whatever, taking the same fucking job. You're getting paid the same usually. Sometimes you're getting paid less if you are of course that's illegal, but you're getting paid the same. So like, it's not like these guys are having any better luck, like maintaining an apartment, let alone a house on that sort of wage. So like what you see them come in and they take franchises. So at least that way they can have a pretty decent income coming in that matches their really good work ethic as well, because you got to work your ass off to run a franchise.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So kudos to them. And of course, they got family members, and if their family members can't be employed by them in the franchise officially, kind of makes sense that maybe under the table they get a little kickback and shit like that. I mean, and I got no problem with that. That's fine.
Yeah. But I mean, they want to bring their family across too. They want family too, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with having family, right?
This is hardly the same as like Tony Soprano running a strip club and like having every Italian in town like taking kickbacks under the table while they rough up people in the streets and shit. It's not, it's a lot less sinister than, but there's plenty of fucking, to this day in the Annapolis Valley especially, there's plenty of fucking redneck hillbillies who just believe from the get-go that these are murderous fucking Packies from Pakistania, and and they're taking all of our jobs, and they're marrying all of our women, and they're getting paid under the table, and they're getting grants from Trudeau even though he's not in office anymore, and they believe all kinds of horse shit. Whatever makes them feel like they're oppressed and they have something to complain about, and it's like, okay.
Well, a good friend of ours, she's a crown prosecutor for Toronto or within the GTA somewhere. So she deals with a lot of crime, as one would expect. For what it's worth, she's Iranian, so she's not white. So, and her opinion it's not even her opinion. Her statistics are like, she's like, here's the thing. People like to say that, oh, people of color, usually referring to black people, but in this case, we'll just say generally people of color commit more crimes. And that's true on a statistics level, but they tend to commit a lot more petty crimes. They tend to do things more like a domestic abuse, maybe some robberies or something like that. She's like, white people tend to commit the worst crimes. They tend to be the ones to commit murder, serial killings, rapes. That tends to be the white people domain. So although on a general level, yes, white people do commit less crimes, we tend to do worse crimes.
Yeah.
And she knows, because when she started, I mean, now she's doing pretty well in her career, but when she started, she's just like, yeah, I'm just a low person on the totem pole. I get to just defend all the child molesters. It's just a wonderful day I have. Some guy trying to, like, I remember one time she said to me, she's like, one guy was trying to base his whole defense on the kids' clothes were still on. He just did it over the clothes. And it's like, no, you can't do that. Still can't do that. You're going to prison. Speaking of doing it over the clothes, hey, Nick.
Yo. Dude, speaking of going to prison, I'm trying to turn the volume on Greg down. Shit.
Jesus.
Is Greg too loud?
Trying to pull a gene. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. How you guys doing?
Good. How you
Sorry,
doing?
I didn't mean to interrupt, Greg.
That's okay.
Good.
We're just talking about child molestation. Nice topic.
I'm just outside of my aunt's place, just in the driveway, just chatting. About to grab a beer out of the trunk. Because don't really want to carry on indoors.
Are you secretly drinking outside by the car?
Yeah.
Well played, good sir. Well played.
Do you have the paper bag that goes over top?
Yes.
Wow. Well, he's being a good boy.
All right.
So approximately, how far away from Lee are you right now?
About 40 minutes, I think.
Oh, wow.
Where are you in Nova Scotia right now?
Clementsport.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is like, I don't know, 10 minutes from Annapolis Royal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, that's about 40 minutes if you go straight shot kind of thing.
Yeah, if I were to get right on the faster of the highways and then come straight here.
How long are you up in Nova Scotia?
I go home Monday.
Monday.
So
okay.
I'm here. Like my camera club was in town for on Friday until Monday. Hello.
You're breaking up. Yeah, you broke up there.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe you want to turn your video off. That might help.
Yeah. Okay. Get backwoods internet.
Yeah.
Well, you're not that far from the Digby Ferry,
No, I'm thinking of coming back that way on Monday.
right?
Just because the prices are a whole lot cheaper now. Fuck, where's my beer?
Yeah, then they cut them 50% or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so if you're 40 minutes away, you're over in like Greenwood, or Kingston, the other way, or the other way.
So I'm in the Greenwood Kingston area, and
Yeah.
he's going more towards the South Shore. So he's
Towards like Yarmouth.
towards Yarmouth. So he's past Annapolis Royal, and he's going towards Yarmouth, kind of thing.
Like I'm literally like 15 minutes away from Digby here.
Yeah.
There we go.
So yeah, we lost that last bit you were talking about, like our. So you're
Okay,
going back. You're going back Monday.
Yeah.
So are you around? Are you free Sunday?
Well, I'll see what I've got time for on Sunday. I know that some of my camera club members are bringing their bikes and they want to do a bike ride to. We're planning to do a Harvest Trail bike ride to what do you call it, Bridgetown.
Oh,
From
okay.
here.
Yeah.
So I got to see what time we're going to be done with that. But yeah, I'd be down for meeting up. Like, see, we go like lunch or supper. I got to figure out what the itinerary is for the camera club on those days.
Yeah. Okay.
And they're not here yet, so that even hasn't started yet.
All right. Well, that sounds good. If we make it happen, we'll make it happen. Like I said, I'm free Sunday, but it's like the rest of the week is kind of.
You're tied up. I'm assuming tied up Monday.
Monday, yeah, I'm working Monday, so I'll be busy.
Cool.
And I also gotta. Assuming the podcast goes down Saturday, I'll be finishing up editing on Monday. So,
right.
Yeah, that'll take my entire day. So, what'd you get? Did you just? Is the only brewery you went to is Lund's Mill?
Yeah, the only brewery I went to Lund's Mill. Bear with me for a second. I'm just digging through the trunk of my car, and maybe I can flip my camera on quick and I can show you what I got.
Yeah.
Have you been to Lund's Mill?
I've never been there. I've had some of their stuff, but I've never been there.
Okay, I didn't know if you could get these in the NSLC or not. I knew that there was a new brewery nearby, and I figured I'd stop by on the way because I could. But I'm going to turn my camera back on.
Okay.
Can I flip my camera over? Camera 2, 3 facing back. All right. Can you see that one?
Yeah.
Shadow. That is Purple Grain India Pale Ale.
Yep.
6.8% ABV. What is it? Citra, Cascade, and Centennial. I think I got 2 of those.
Cool.
I got. Scratch top my car. Got a First Cut.
Yeah.
IPA, which I think is like Citra and Simcoe. I got this one that looks really cool. This is their Pilsner, which is kind of got that Molson Old style look on it.
It does. I've
never had that. I might go back. Oh, if that's any good, I might go back for more, which might involve stopping there on the way to see you if I do.
Cool.
Which maybe means I could pick you up some. So what else have I got here? I got the English Pub Ale.
Yeah, I've had that. That's good.
You can see that. And their Anvil Porter.
Never had that one.
Yeah, Anvil Porter. Oh yeah, cool. It wasn't too badly priced. They're only like five something a can. Like for craft beer out of a hole in the wall, like out of a converted barn or something.
Yeah.
I love how like Nick Zanta's probably watching him like, what is this?
It's probably wondering why I'm talking to myself outside and in the driveway.
That boy was never right.
I didn't want to keep anybody awake, so I just came out here.
Yeah, it's all right. I have the same dementia as you do, Auntie. Yes.
How many people, like, does she live by herself, or is it like a bunch of people live with her?
Yeah. Oh, my aunt and uncle live here.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
and my cousin died.
We have a comment.
No, that's
here.
the other side of my family.
Oh, okay.
Andrea Silno Belarus McEwen,
Ewan.
which always throws me off because I think it's Carrie, like just being sly. But
Maybe,
Carrie's
maybe,
not,
it
Carrie,
is,
Like Jaden.
Carrie,
maybe it's
Carrie's
Carrie's
not,
sister or something.
yeah, no, Carrie's not that sly. So that's I
true.
always just got caught right on the pretty second. McEwen, no, it's not Carrie. But it's, they're saying. I was drinking on Saturday. I had beer with whiskey. So you had Boilermakers, is what you're saying? Did you mix them together, or were you like shot? Or were you shot and chaser? Which one were you doing?
Or maybe just enjoying both. Sometimes you're like, you know what? I've had enough beer. I'm gonna have a little dram of scotch because why not? Like a classy motherfucker.
True.
So again, since Nick is here, I'm gonna have my final Negra. So.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So there we go.
I've still got a couple in the fridge. I'm saving them for podcasts.
So I will say, since my review last week, I still maintain the Especial is pretty solid. The Negra, after I drank 6 of them, I'm like, I don't really want to drink any more of these for a while. The flavors kind of grated on me after a while. But the Especial, I'm like, yeah, this one's, as a pool beer, it's held up.
Yeah, I just cracked open a Modelo right here.
There you go. But what kind of Modelo?
Oh, well, the only thing I got in New Brunswick is just whatever I brought with me.
Ah,
So I didn't stop at I didn't even stop at an SLC on my way here. I just stopped at that one brewery, and I think I'm gonna wait and crack some of those open when I've met my camera club.
Cool.
Probably makes sense. Is that what'd you pick up there?
Those beers I just showed Lee at Lund's Mill.
Oh, yeah, I may have left and not paying attention. Did you get the IPA? The IPA looked good.
Yes, I got the IPA. I got both IPAs.
Oh, good.
Yeah. They got a first cut, and then they got a purple grain IPA.
The Purple Grains, which is
Purple
Citra,
Grain.
Simcoe, and Centennial, I think. Maybe, I don't know. The one that looks most interesting is actually, to me, is the Pilsner. I'm curious about that. I mean, I might have to make an excuse to go down and get more of those, depending upon how they taste.
I think Scott's frozen now. Oh no, he's not.
Nope.
Okay.
He's alive.
Man, he was doing the still act real well. I gotta get more beer.
He's just upset that he's the only New Brunswicker left in this channel.
Jeez.
So is that why you're down there, Nick? Is it a camera club meet or did you just?
Well, my camera club's doing their yearly camera club camping trip here, starting starting Friday. But my dad's side of the family's from over here, so I figured I'd come over a couple days early and see who I can meet up with, and go for a bike ride while I'm here.
There you go.
So yeah.
Find out if you have any hot cousins that are willing to cross lines.
No, they're all older than I am anyway.
It just means they can teach you stuff.
Jesus Christ. I'm not as into my cousin as I'm into your cousin. Wait, until I learned she was so stinky and sweaty.
Yeah, you'd be into her until you got close enough, and then it was like,
clothespins on the nose, right? Don't lift
pretty
her
much.
armpit.
Although to be fair, her husband's a lot worse. So like, as long as you're not fucking him, you're
Is he one of
probably
those alpha males that doesn't wipe?
You know what? Honestly, it would not surprise me. I don't know him well enough to ask him that question, but it would actually not shock me. Because the thing is, he's a real estate agent, and I once got into his truck with him because I was trying to discuss stuff about buying. We were looking at houses for my mom at the time.
Yeah.
He gets into his truck and he's just got a Dodge pickup truck or whatever. You get in there, it just fucking reeks.
Gross.
And he starts going on of just like, oh yeah, this thing's battle tested. I never wash it. I never do anything. This thing, it's utilitarian. I don't care about it being pretty. I'm like,
real estate involved meeting up with people. Like, how do you get away with that kind of stench?
Yeah, and he drives clients in that truck too. I was just literally after we dropped off the next house, I'm like, okay, I'm not going with you again. My only suspicion is that he does real estate in Niagara, and that just might be his clientele.
Wow.
You're saying they're a little lower class?
Yeah. Especially a lot of different parts of Niagara. Yes. Now the part where my mom and Ashley Sexton live, fantastic part of Niagara. but not everywhere.
No, I remember the albino rhino's old street, his little neighborhood he lived
Yeah,
in. That was
no.
that was sketchy
was-
as fuck.
That was, and actually that wasn't even that bad. Like you go to like downtown St. Catharines, it's like fucking crackhead central.
Mm.
Yeah, I remember one time, and I think it was an evening or a night or something. And I was walking back from somewhere with Guy and maybe Chad, and I took a picture of the 7-Eleven just because they had a sign up in the front saying, I think it was like some kind of peach fuzz 7-Eleven Slurpee or something. And I'm like, ha, fuzz, I'm going to send that to Scott. The owner of the 7-Eleven or the clerk there or something came out and accosted me thinking I was casing the joint.
Oh,
He literally yelled out, "Why are you taking pictures of this?" I'm like, "What the hell? I was taking a picture of the Slurpee sign."
I love how Nick is like looks like this hardened criminal.
He is a hardened criminal.
Yeah, I'm totally threatening.
it's too bad.
Well,
it's too bad
Fat
you're not
Nick
American.
wasn't threatening at all.
It's too bad you're not American, Nick. If it was in America, you could have pulled that First Amendment auditing thing, where it's just like, yeah, I'm going to stand outside a business and harass people with my camera because it's my First Amendment
I'm
right.
going to take
I'm gonna
pictures
act like a
of
dick
Brennan.
doing
I'm in a
it.
public space. It's legal.
No, you would have shot him and said it was a Second Amendment right.
Mm. Like I don't know.
Fuck you, 7-Eleven clerk.
I don't know what I clicked on to get that into my algorithm, but now, like in Facebook, it's constantly showing me the worst fucking people, like the most annoying people who like, I'm a First Amendment auditor guy, so I'm going to stand on a public sidewalk with my camera and film people to the point where, I'm so annoying that people start getting peeved and like make a scene. And then he calls and ends up calling the cops, and the cops are like, we can't do anything, ma'am. He's got the right to film in public. And these people do this, and then they post these videos online to show, oh, I'm a good First Amendment guy. Look at these fucking assholes who don't know the First Amendment. And it's like, you're just a dick. Like, you're not doing it for any other reason than like
to be other than to be a dick.
Yeah.
Listen, somebody does that to me. I mean, I'm not typically a fighter, but you're going to get punched in the face. Simple as that. I've got a very good criminal lawyer, so she'll get me off on a fine or something.
But
is she fine?
Actually, she is, but not. But she also doesn't swing that way, literally. So, unfortunately.
No.
Oh,
well. Wah.
I meant to make it say that she's a lesbian. She's not. She's just happily married and doesn't have any interest in having sex with anyone but her husband.
Yeah, swing that way is a different way of putting it there. That's
yeah. She's I guess what I'm trying to say is that she's a normal.
She's taken. That's what you're saying.
And I mean, her husband, he's a great guy. I love the guy, but he's at the same time, he's one of those guys that I kind of imagine cries after he has sex with her. So
every time.
I'm sorry I did that to you, honey.
Oh, I was thinking more like he's crying because he's so grateful that he gets to touch a vagina again.
Let's put it this way. And again, I love this guy, but until he married his current wife, who's again, she's actually very attractive. She's a lawyer. She's got it all going. Until he married her, everyone assumed he was gay, and then suddenly he just brought her home, and and it's like, oh, okay, so you're not gay, okay? You
sure she's not a beard?
I'm not sure at all, but I give him the benefit of the doubt. Not that I'd care either way.
Yeah, sure, she doesn't already have a penis.
No, I mean, I don't care. I don't care what anyone's arrangement is.
I've seen her in pretty tight pants. Yeah. There's no hiding a penis. She also weighs like 80 pounds, soaking wet. So like, yeah, you're not hiding a penis there.
I don't care what anyone's arrangement is. If you don't want to come out and you have a beard, okay.
Do what makes you happy. Like as long as you're,
if it works for you. Like it's unfortunate that you don't feel like you can come out and be happy, but I mean, if it works for you, then I guess whatever.
I don't think this is the case, but again, I don't care. I have literally zero cares if somebody's gay, straight, or has a great arrangement. Why not? Like fuck as many people as you can of whatever gender or sex you want to fuck. Do it all.
If it works for you, as long as As long as you're not Epsteining people.
Yeah, I generally try to follow the age of consent laws.
Mm-hmm.
Generally.
Yeah, and
Generally.
not the states' rights laws where it's like, well, it's 14 in my state. You go fuck yourself, hillbilly. Preferably fuck yourself instead of kids.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was from what I remember. I think what was it? The subway guy. I think wasn't. From what I remember, I think he got caught on child porn, but I think he was also banging like 17-year-olds. But I'm like, banging the 17-year-olds is technically illegal in Canada, so he's not really a criminal in Canada.
Yeah.
The child porn, that's another thing. But like, it's like,
and
that's
he
kind
was
of weird.
And I think he got caught because he was sharing it with someone else, like someone he worked with.
I think it was something like he actually had a buddy that was actually making it, which is more problematic. And then I think they were sharing it or something like that. Yeah, it was a lot of. I don't think he went to prison just for banging a I heard a 17-year-old or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that number, but that's from what I remember. And I just gotta think to myself, well, that's kind of legal in Canada, but it's like, oh, yeah, that other stuff he shouldn't probably do.
Yeah, the other, trafficking images of minors is not a great look, So.
Don't do it.
It's what they call
unless they're people that actually work in mines, then you can share pictures of miners all you want if they're just like guys that are they're chiseling away.
Who said anything about guy miners?
Yeah,
nothing wrong with female miners too. I mean, hey, it's a fucking free society. Everyone should be allowed to do everything.
But you're into coal mining, people who live on the ground.
And I mean, considering the way the U.S. is going now, pretty soon you're going to have miners in mines again. So, because you see how like some of those Republican like lawmakers and senators and stuff have been like pushing, and I think some of them have actually succeeded to get like child labor back on the fucking as legal. So it's like, fuck.
I think there's been talk about. I'm not sure if anything's actually been like made legal, but yeah, I know there has been some talk about it. Like, hey, why do we have this untapped workforce? Since we're getting rid of all our illegal workers that are willing to work in the fields for fucking poverty wages. Why don't we get fucking 12-year-olds doing it? Why not?
It's gonna tank your economy because you're gonna have current adults competing with child labor, and the child labor is going to win every time because the child labor is disposable and replaceable.
They kind of outgrow their role.
If they live, they outgrow their role. Yeah.
We're not talking about kids working in factories. We're talking about what about it used to be the thing that like kids 15 years or older work McDonald's, right, Scott?
Hey, listen, I worked McDonald's. It was a great job.
Child labor at McDonald's.
Well, at 15, that's not child labor. That's legal and above board. And I mean, the thing is, McDonald's and fast food places, that's basically what they're designed to do. They're designed to be transient professions for people going through school, people working through maybe university or something. The problem is now you have people complaining that you can't earn a livable wage working at McDonald's when they're like 50 years old and trying to do it, professionally. It's like, well, the job was never designed for that, unfortunately. And in order for you to be paid a minimum wage working at McDonald's, for a livable wage working at McDonald's,
I think in that kind of situation it would be like you have to expand your horizons a little bit and work on getting you want to be management at McDonald's if you're going to make any kind of serious career out of staying there at a restaurant.
No, not even that.
Yeah, no, you need to be like a franchise owner. And before you were here, Nick, we were talking about how so many people from India have come over to Canada, and like a lot of them, they come in and it's like their options are either get those low paying jobs and they're in the same boat as like everyone else in Canada, or they buy up a franchise, and that's a real serious shot at like making money and making a home here. But at the same time, that fits their work ethic because they in general have a much higher work ethic than the standard Canadian white boy or girl. And yeah, they're willing to do it. They're willing to put in the time and the effort. Whereas, you got plenty of people who are just they're not gonna do that. It's just, so.
Yeah, I mean, when I worked back, this is back in the '90s. But when I worked at McDonald's, I was living at home, all that stuff, and I had no problems. I actually, the reason why I started working at McDonald's was I wanted a computer, and then I wanted my own internet, and then I wanted my own car. I didn't have living expenses per se like I do now, but it was good. It was great at the time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like back when the idea that minimum wage could be something you could live on. Definitely,
Right.
we're definitely not talking the same thing as like fucking fast food workers necessarily. We're like, a waitress maybe who's making tips at a good restaurant or a dining room, something like that. That's feasible back in the day, back in the 70s and 80s, maybe. But like now,
even now, a good waitress, like, I mean, yeah, okay, you're not going to get rich off of it, but a waitress can make decent money if she's
If she's good.
First off, she has some seniority and she's getting the good shifts, and on tips, yeah, I mean, you can make pretty decent money. I mean, different kind of profession, but strippers can make an awful lot of money too, as long as they don't end up putting that money up their nose afterwards. But
yeah,
I mean, I even know a few. I even know a stripper that has been, I don't know, not reformed, but who was a former stripper, and she's making good money now. Like, she's doing fine.
Reformer stripper.
I can still remember in high school. My best friend discovered that a girl we know from our high school was like an early adopter of being like a sex working cam girl, like, and this is like 1997 level, like internet cam girl.
Oh wow,
kind of thing, like very early on.
So like one frame every 15 seconds. Please look at my titties. Hi, Scott.
In sub BGA resolution.
Yeah, no, but apparently she did pretty well for herself for a while there doing that.
She was the hottest thing on Real Player.
Real
Player.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't, like, if you joined her membership, that was probably what you downloaded the format for Real Player. I would imagine.
Maybe you got QuickTime because she was fancy like that.
Yeah. That's the stuff.
That's fancy. That's Mac stuff.
I only
Steve Jobs wasn't around then.
Yeah, I only spread
he was
for Mac viewers. Yeah.
Yeah, Mac wasn't the posh, it was more like nerd stuff back in the 90s. It wasn't some designers used it, but it wasn't like the nerd trendy stuff that people, gather at Starbucks drinking coffee or having that glowing Mac logo on the back. It didn't come until like the early 2000s.
It was one of those fun, like, high school things where it's like, oh, she's a girl like a grade ahead of us or whatever. So it's like, oh, the hot older chick from like a grade above us, she does cam stuff. It's like, whoa.
She can teach us stuff.
Sexy.
Yeah.
You can jerk off to girls from your own school.
I mean, I did that anyway, but
the more you know.
I mean, don't jerk off to girls from other schools. That's just weird.
Well, certainly don't jerk off to girls at schools now.
No, yeah, probably not, unless it's maybe college.
Do not
even then,
do
I
that.
feel sketchy about that.
Do not do that.
Yeah.
Do not. Thou shalt not pass.
Yeah, thou shalt not enter the property of said school, and
thou shalt not enter 30 feet away from a school
and unravel your cod piece. And
Jesus.
Who do you think I am, Mike K?
Oh, how many pairs of underwear have you stolen?
I didn't steal
at your
nothing.
HVAC job?
I didn't steal nothing.
That was Mike. Certainly did. He stole all kinds of underwear.
Naughty boy.
Who's stealing underwear and from where?
Oh, remember? I think I've told you the story of a buddy of ours from high school. He's a real weirdo. He used to wear suits to high school.
See the one that got caught with like molesting kids or something?
Yep.
He was caught in possession of child pornography.
Ah, that
But-
guy. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Naughty boy.
Yeah, and he's been
Very-
in jail several times. And he was caught stealing, like, he had an HVAC job or something. I forget if it was in PEI or in outside of Halifax or something. But he was
Nova
caught.
Scotia.
It was like Lower Sackville or something. Yeah. Anyway, he got caught in possession of like 26 pairs of women's underwear that he stole from customer places doing HVAC jobs.
Wow.
Yeah. I remember
Listen,
when I found out about that because I hadn't heard from the guy in years, and then Scott calls me up when I'm working in Calgary one day at work, and I'm like, Nick, look up Michael John Kay. What? Why? And I'm looking this up at work, and I'm in the middle of working at the counter. And all of a sudden,
looks like a
what the
panty
fuck?
piece of work.
Wow.
Listen, that is one of those things, and again, if law enforcement is watching, this is actually absolutely not in any way can be considered evidence. It's just my opinion. I would absolutely not be shocked if it turned out that Carrie was doing that while cleaning hood fans. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he was definitely
Where-
cleaning his hood.
Where would he have the opportunity to steal underwear from restaurants, though?
They're Chinese restaurants. They probably like live above the restaurant.
You're putting a different
Wow.
layer on this. It's not that he's just finding underwear laying around in the said business that like has underwear available.
He's in customers' houses.
He's creeping up
Yes.
to someone's living quarters and stealing the underwear. Like he's going to the
Either
crawl space.
that or those hood fans are just so filthier than we ever expected because they actually threw their underwear up there.
They're just full of like used underwear after people have had sex. Condoms and underwear. That's all this hood fan is full of.
I remember at home there was a Chinese restaurant that I don't think is there anymore that had got caught with a health code violation because people were sleeping on the counters in the kitchen.
Oh, this is shocking.
Yeah, maybe that's where he stole the underwear from.
So,
I mean that seems cleaner than rats, but you know. I guess.
Yeah, it's still gross.
Still gross, but
I just feel like if they suddenly found like a massive underground cavern of panties that Carrie had, I wouldn't be that shocked.
I mean,
That's the new name.
Again, this is just my opinion, so please don't use this as any kind of evidence against. If anything, he's probably guilty of murdering teenagers. That's a whole other problem.
yeah,
But I just wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, yeah, that checks out.
you know, and Carrie doesn't come around anymore to like he's too busy playing video games with 13-year-olds. He doesn't come around anymore to defend these accusations, and he's never denied any of this. And I just put this out there, Carrie, why have you yet to deny stealing people's underwear from the Chinese restaurant when you were cleaning hood fans? I mean, it's very easy. You should just come in and
A simple denial. I mean, we would all believe him, of course. I know Carrie's a truthful guy. If he denied it, I would absolutely believe him.
But he's yet to deny that. He's also yet to deny murdering that teenage girl back in 1997. I mean, if he would just do that, but he had.
I mean, really, if he owned a car at that point, I imagine you really could pin it on him.
Yeah.
No, he'd pin
He
her under
probably
the
ran her
car.
over.
Very, very suspect,
Yeah,
Gary.
she's the one pinned.
Very suspect, Gary. I don't know what to tell you.
This is we're just a bunch of regular old crime fighters sleuthing.
This
Exactly.
has become a true crime podcast.
True crime.
Yeah. There's currently several 30-ish-year-old women just like watching this right now.
True crime 101.
No, there's nobody watching. There's like 2 people watching this.
We didn't create a true crime podcast, but we'll just make everything up, and we'll see how many viewers we get.
Just say it's true crime. Yeah.
Like to do it like remember when Lee wrote all those serial killer bios?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That shit was genius.
yeah, it actually was. I mean, Dan the Red Cooley. I still believe that.
The
That was,
Mhm.
it's real to me. Damn it.
North Bay Strangler.
I have my brief moments of inspiration where I'll do something.
For a guy who wears no briefs, you're a brief moment.
Oh, true. Unfortunately, it only gets shared in the BA 101 chat and is not exposed to the public. So
Much like his penis.
And then killers go free.
yeah.
It's okay. It's another one of those Lee long cons, like pineapple and pizza.
It's a long con that I've created serial killer bios for all you people. That I don't see the con there, but that's fine.
As it turns out, Lee's killed all sorts of people in those manners, and he's projecting.
I mean, yeah, I do project all the time. I project my insecurities and my hatreds upon my friends and everybody else. It's fine.
Yeah, we know, but we love you anyway.
I love Lee's.
He's like, fuck you.
You make me throw up.
I'm always like, whenever a new celebrity dies, I'm like, I know Lee's gonna hate that person.
Yeah, but you're not always right. Sometimes it's like,
Sometimes you don't know who they are.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, who? Who? What? Some guy from a 1950s like fucking doo-wop band finally kicked the bucket. Like, you think I know who the fuck
You mean
this
like
guy
half
is?
the guys that Dan posts? Oh, this guy died. Okay.
I don't know anything Dan posts. I'm pretty much convinced Dan probably like lives in an alternate version of Earth, and he's just somehow got a connection to our actual like Facebook through some like wormhole or something, and he's reporting on shit that doesn't exist in our world.
Yeah, most of the people, I'm like, yeah, I don't know who that is, but
Dan's like our own
for your
personal
laugh.
man. Dan's like our own personal Mandela effect. It's just like he's just like
Mandela effect.
the Dandela effect. Yeah, there's the new name. Chat Dandela effect.
Dandela. Oh, Nick just changed the chat.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, the Dandela effect. What's that movie that everyone thinks they watched and they never saw? Was it Shazam or something like that? With
Shazam with Sinbad.
with Sinbad, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually Kazam with Shaquille O'Neal or something.
Yeah, but everyone's like convinced that Sinbad made a Magic Genie movie in the 1990s, and he never did.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I mean-
I thought he did. Oh, yes, right. There was like Shaq
I
doing it, wasn't it?
thought he did too, but I've never seen Shazam or Kazam or any Zam. I kind of thought it was a thing, but apparently not.
And the conspiracy theory is somehow we've all slipped into an alternate universe where we remember it happening because it did happen in that universe, but it did not happen in the current
So
universe.
we've shifted to an alternate universe.
Mhm.
There's some kind of parallel universe kind of crap.
Yeah, it's
Probably
that theory.
Probably
it's
happened
that,
around 9/11.
It's that theory that for every instance of anything that could ever happen in history, there's a new universe where that happens. So like there's a whole other universe that's exactly the same as ours, except at this very moment, Greg actually scratched his elbow because it was itchy. But he didn't do it here, but in another universe he did. But yeah, and the maddening thing is like there's just so many possibilities and variations that like there's too many universes and it just breaks your brain kind of thing.
And that alternate universe, Scott saw this elbow scratching, got so offended that he murdered his entire family.
Yeah,
Because when
that apparently there's
But then
somewhere
you
where
take
that's happened.
that instant and imagine it was your like great grandparents that made decisions like that, and then the paths of history diverged from that point, and then other things what came before that, and then diverged from there. So there's literally millions of different scenarios that could be happening
It's not
that are
even
completely
millions.
different to what we have now.
I mean, think about it. If any of our grandmas had just decided to swallow, we wouldn't be here.
Mhm. And I mean
Okay.
that stuff breaks into time travel because there's an idea that like if you go back in time and change the timeline, you're actually just creating a new universe. Like the universe
Yeah.
you came from still goes on, so you have not actually changed.
But you didn't make
anything
any
in that
changes to it
universe.
at all.
Yeah, but you've made a new universe where that stuff doesn't happen, and it's just you go down that road and you try to think about it, and it just starts to break your brain after a while. That's why time travel movies are like total bullshit, because if you think about it too hard for even a few seconds, it's like, oh my god, I can't follow this.
That's why I'm not a big fan of once movies start to use either time travel or alternate dimensions or stuff like that. I'm like, no, can we just keep it all on one level, please, and thank you? Because again, it's like with the Terminator movies. Like you got the first Terminator. Again, I love Terminator 2. It's probably my favorite movie of all time. But the reality is Terminator 1 was kind of a clean-cut movie, and once you added a sequel into it, then you ended up having all these other alternative possibilities that, of course, ended up with other terrible sequels to that franchise, which I don't acknowledge. But
and I mean, like in most cases, when movies do alternate universes, multiverses, and stuff, it's just lazy writing. It's just like it's an excuse to do a different story, but keep it in the same fucking context and whatever. It's just like, oh no, this shit happened, but it's an alternate universe. It's kind of a lazy, like, escape, scenario for a story kind of thing. It's just, in general, it's usually not smart. It's usually really badly done, and it's just kind of lazy. But there are time travel movies I like, but a lot of them they don't hold up if you think about them at all.
One thing I liked about Star Wars is that it avoided time travel for the longest time, and then unfortunately in Star Wars Rebels, which actually otherwise a pretty good series, they introduced time travel, and then they've kind of continued on with it a little bit. Well, basically, like the Ahsoka series was essentially a continuation of the Star Wars Rebels storyline. So they kind of continued that with a little bit of time travel and that, and it's just kind of like, no, thank you.
And I mean, time travel is just probably not actually possible anyway. But because if it was, it would have already happened.
Yeah, it's like that whole thing where didn't Stephen Hawking host a time travelers party and nobody showed up, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that was something.
Who in the future, who is a nerd enough to create a time machine, wouldn't want to go hang out with Stephen Hawking?
But I mean, he probably did it on Epstein Island, so maybe the time traveler didn't want to be caught in a photograph there. That's
maybe that's the whole thing. Epstein Island is the reason why nobody showed up to his party.
I mean, this is well beyond my brain's pay grade. But from what I understand, I think the theoretical time travel could work with something like kind of the way it worked in Interstellar, where it's like depending where you are and what gravitational field you are, time can be seen differently where you are versus where somebody else is. But
I mean, the closest thing to time travel is actually traveling through space, and if we had the ability to get several light years away from Earth, time is different. We'd be experiencing time different from Earth by the time we came back. If we could come back, and that's a whole other fucking can of worms. But if we could
go away, you get from a gravity well.
Yeah,
the slower time crawls.
Yeah, and if by the time we came back, all of our family that we knew, all of our friends would be long dead. Our relatives might be long dead. We might not
apes would have taken over.
Time would proceed, and it would be like an unbroken line from your perspective. But if you travel further away from gravity well, then time is going to appear to slow down. So if you left and you came back home, it'd be centuries later.
Yeah, and I mean, if we could ever get to the point where we could leave our solar system and go to other stars, that would basically be a one-way trip, because we're leaving everything behind, because we're not coming back to anything that we knew. That's how big.
Even Mars is a fucking one-way trip.
Mars is not only a one-way trip; it's a stupid trip, because if you're going to live on Mars, you have to live underground. And to set up that facility to live underground would take so fucking long. It's so much resources. It's not really worth it.
It's not really like a planet has a load of resources that we could use.
Yeah, but you also got to take in consideration the time scale of the universe. Right now, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but eventually the sun's going to go red giant. So
we're not going to be around.
What's our species? Yeah, it won't matter to us at all.
30 billion years from now, or something like that.
Not 30 billion. It's like 1 billion years before the Earth starts. Sort of the sun starts to heat up before it's inhospitable on Earth.
Okay, well, fuck. I'm gonna start planning for it then.
Yeah, you might want to plan your retirement to Titan.
Like we're talking. Well, no, we're talking. I mean, if the sun goes supernova, it's going to wipe out the entire fucking.
Well, the sun's not big enough to go supernova, but it will blow up to like the size of almost to the orbit of Earth.
Yeah, but I mean, either way,
by that point, we'll be cooked to a cinder.
But I mean, either way, we're not going to be around.
It won't matter to us, but I mean, as a human species, at some point, if we do those things somehow last that long,
Oh, there we go. There's radar.
radar.
I feel unless there's some sort of, kind of like going Star Trek on here, unless another alien race kind of interferes with Earth and actually kind of helps us out, I don't feel we're actually going to get out of the solar system before we just kill ourselves.
No.
Yeah,
No.
well, I think we're probably going to wipe ourselves out well before.
It's not even wiping ourselves out. I mean, like 99% of every species that's ever lived on Earth has gone extinct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the Earth is kind of old too.
Yeah. So I mean, fucking like our chances aren't that great. Like we think they are because we're like the only like quote unquote sentient being and on Earth right now, and we feel a little bit higher. A purpose about ourselves and shit, unjustified, but we do feel that way. So like we think about these things on a level that other animals generally don't. But I mean, the idea that like, it's very highly arrogant of us to even think that we're gonna like last that long. I mean, if our species lasts 1 million years, that would be pretty remarkable. The dinosaurs last much longer than we did.
Yeah,
and
we're still living.
But they weren't fucking killing themselves because the T-Rex was a different religion from the Triceratops.
That's true. Yeah, very true. But yeah, no, the whole idea that we're gonna like.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie.
That not only us, but like any sort of like descendant, any sort of like
Zinger apocalypse
species of us last long enough to like see our sun go red dwarf is fucking extremely arrogant. And
old outside, there's no kind of atmosphere, more or less.
Are we live?
Yeah,
we are.
We are.
Pull your dick out
on whose channel?
On mine.
Leave. We're on Leaf channel.
On Ugly.
Oh, you can still see
Leave Valentine.
Yeah, I got fancy stuff going on tonight, right there.
Hey, look, it is kind of like Red Dwarf, isn't it? Just like hello, Hall.
Nick, you've lost so much weight that when you did that, you look like Dave Grohl.
Yeah,
wow.
You didn't cheat on your wife.
Oh, my late stage is not like the others.
You want me to be the drummer?
Fuck. I'm the pretender. No, I'm not. I'm not Dave Grohl. I'm the drummer of Nirvana.
Nick needs to get a wife so he can cheat on her.
Yeah.
You see this, ladies? This is the catch pussy juice.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And that's the moment his aunt steps out of the house. What?
Ah! Fuck. Go home. I can't. I'm 2 beers in.
On one hand, Nick, nice work. On the other hand, Nick, you got to wash that better.
I know. It's getting all crusty white.
No, he's currently got all the pussy juice that's ever hit his face. Some of it's still in that.
Kept it in a jar.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's from 12, 15 years ago.
That's a little disturbing.
I mean, it's not like I've never had in my beard, but
okay, now you're explaining too much.
I'm more concerned. I'm more concerned what Nick harvested before the paramedics got there.
Jesus fuck, Craig. No.
I'm sorry, but I'll probably go to hell anyway, so I figured I'd just throw that in there.
You're just doing it for good measure.
Yeah.
All right. I probably should go to bed. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. I know, but I'm in Nova Scotia at my aunt's place, and I don't want to stay up all night outside talking in their driveway.
Oh, well.
Yeah, they might think you're weird. What is your plan?
I mean, they already know I'm weird.
Well, what are you doing? What are you up to tomorrow, Nick?
Going to do a bike ride. At least that's the plan. I mean, I'm going to go see about seeing some other members of the family if they're around. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get up in the morning, leave from here, and I'm thinking about biking all the way to Digby through a small village called Bear River, which is, if the whole thing is successful, it's going to be like a 60-some kilometer bike ride on the e-bike course. But I
was gonna say, which, like, did you bring multiple bikes or just the one e-bike?
I brought the e-bike.
Okay.
But yeah, like depending upon, I mean, it'll be the furthest ride I'll ever have done. But from what I understand, it's mostly flat except for a few big hills, like one coming in and out of Bear River, and one just right over, like right outside of here, which is
Well, that's what turbo mode is for.
yeah. Like I plotted the course; it's only as much elevation as like on the a map. I did the map and plotted the course, and it's only as much elevation as my standard ride at home. Even it's just all concentrated on one big friggin' hill right by Bear River. Lee knows where Bear
But,
River is.
but it'll be easier than your ride at home because instead of the boring old Quispamsis landscape, you'll be like looking at new farm country and
Oh, the
forests.
thing with
and-
Quispam Sisses is all friggin' up and down, up and down, up and down. I know what that sounds like, Scott.
Yeah.
And just look at Scott's house; it's all up and down there.
All up and down.
No, I mean, there's just hills everywhere at home, but here it's relatively mellow, except for a couple spots where, like, here's a big fuck you mountain.
Yeah.
We love fuck you mountains around here.
But
Yeah.
but yeah, see what things look like for Sunday there, Nicholas, and let me
Yeah.
know, and maybe we can figure something out. But,
Yeah, we'll talk in the chat.
I
Alright.
probably
Sunday
won't-
sounds good. Yeah,
could
I
do
might.
movie night Sunday because I won't be here Saturday night.
can't do it Sunday. So
But yeah, like
Is
maybe we
Nick
could.
gonna be available Saturday? Because I don't know what Nick's up to then.
I mean, I'm still gonna do a
Yeah,
movie night Saturday regardless.
All right.
Yeah, don't worry about
I
me.
mean, I'll
We'll
be
talk about
around.
the movies are. Maybe. I don't know if I'd be able to stop in on Saturday night. I might try, but maybe for like a little bit, like a zinger visit like this.
I mean, I have people over. I have people over on Saturday, but I expect they'll be gone by 9. So
Okay.
You're doing podcasting on Saturday night before that, I assume, really?
Yeah,
Right?
I am. Yeah.
Okay.
so is movie
That'll
night
be
at
like
9,
a
or is it
later,
likely
like
going to
10.
be? Is it gonna be later than that?
No, because we're gonna be podcasting earlier than usual, so should be free from podcasting by 9 or 10, one or the other. So
All right. So Sunday though, like you got Roofhound Brewing is right in town, right?
yep,
Might be an excuse to get out there.
we go there. Yeah, they got
Yeah.
they got food and shit there. It's super expensive, but they got shit there. Yeah,
Or any place you suggest.
I
See if
mean,
I can swing it.
it'd be a good excuse to do Roofhound. I mean, they're kind of foo, but I mean, I don't care. We can go there and eat their fucking weirdo fucking burgers or whatever that cost $8,000 and
Wow.
Yeah.
Better be a good burger for $8,000.
I mean,
What's it
pretty
called?
good.
Roofhound Brewing.
Yeah, Roofhound in Kingston.
I'm gonna look this up, and I'm gonna virtually eat a burger with you guys.
All right, I'll be talking.
All right,
Okay.
Nicholas.
All right.
Have a good one, sir.
Next, say hi to your aunt for me.
We'll do, Greg. And I'll say hi to her from Radar too, and Scott.
There you go.
And
Hey,
Leave me out of that.
Auntie Edna. Greg says hi.
Jesus Christ, Greg. All right, good night.
Night.
Good night.
I just hope Nick has some cousins to fuck.
No, none that you want.
You said they were all older, and
Yeah.
I have a warehouse of T-shirts that I really need to move, and I don't care how it happens. Like honestly, like
You bought so many shirts that you have a warehouse now for your
well, but you know what? Like I
What
remember
about
once.
shoes?
I remember once talking to a guy online a while back, and this guy was from Texas. Surprise, and he told me, he's like, yeah, I fucked my first cousin. I'm like, that's good. And but he's trying to justify. He's like, but I wore a condom, so technically I just fucked the rubber, and so it wasn't actually my first cousin. I'm like, I'm not sure. I'm like, how do family reunions go after that? He's like, well, we hooked up at a family reunion, and ever since then they've been kind of awkward. I'm like, yeah.
I mean, you think, but I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you don't make a baby, I guess. But
I literally
No.
think of that quote from Lady Lee from the podcast. Listen, at the end of the day, whatever. Two adults, fuck whoever you want to fuck, but yeah, don't make a flipper, baby.
yeah, do not.
Don't make a flipper, baby.
I I feel in general, whether you're related or not, most people probably shouldn't have children. Like, well, there's
No.
really way too many people having children that have no business having
Well,
children. But
My kids
yeah,
have a dorsal fin. Ugh.
They have gills. No.
Yeah.
Although maybe we get them to clean the pool. Yeah.
Oh, he does look like a remora.
I find it feel weird when I look up Red Roof or Roof Hound Brewing. I get this lady who looks angry.
Oh wow.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's like
that
she's
looks
about
like,
to.
that's like a typical woman from my town.
All right, hold on. Let's see her.
Wait, where is it?
It's in Kingston here, Kingston Greenwood area.
Looks like she's just showing off the thing. I don't even think she's talking.
Yeah, it's a nice little spot in there. Very classy. Their beer is like
Okay.
mid to sometimes really good, depending on the stuff.
But it's not horrible. It's okay
Yeah,
to go to every once in a while.
I've never had anything from them that was bad.
Are there like a lot of breweries in your area?
There's, I mean, within about a half-hour drive of me, there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, probably like 5 or 6, I guess.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah,
That's
they're
not
all
bad at all.
small little walls. Yeah, because there was the one Nick mentioned there, Lund's Mill, that he was at. That one's not too far from me. And Roof Hand, of course, is just like basically in town. If you count Greenwood and Kingston as one town, which pretty much everyone does at this point. And then we got a couple in Port Williams, which isn't too far off. There's Sea Level Brewing, and then there's I guess they're now called Bay of Funday Brewing. They rebranded and everything, but they're in the same town, and which is weird because it's like Port Williams is this incredibly small town. Like you think small town, and you look at Port Williams and you go, "God damn, that's microscopic, that fucking town." But it's for some reason it's got 2 breweries in it. So okay, it's totally a tourist thing. It's just like, and there's a couple other things around. There's a little like
was it an hour or two?
yeah, there's like a little brew pub in Berwick called like Crow's something brewery or Crow's Nest Crow's Brews. Can't remember the fucking name of it. There's a couple other little things here and there. There used to be one that went out of business just recently in the last couple of years, but generally there's a few things around.
So I'm looking at their prices. Their burger prices are actually fucking fantastic by my standards. Like $14 for a burger.
Yeah, I imagine.
The couple of fries.
No.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, fries actually that's true. Fries are another $4, so it doesn't even come with fries. So you know what? When you say that, because then that'd be $18 for a burger and fries. Okay, yeah, that's about Mississauga, Toronto pricing. So
so
it better be better.
So they're a brewery in a very small rural town, like a real bumfuck Nova Scotia town, and they're charging city prices for their stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when I first look at their prices, they actually seem very reasonable until, yeah, you're right. It's, okay, well, it doesn't come with fries. It's kind of bullshit, but okay, well.
Yeah.
I guess if you just want the burger, it's, or maybe just get 2 burgers instead of fries. It's all right.
Yeah.
Fish and chips, $19. Nick would not go for that.
No. But I mean, the whole thing is like, I guess the idea is like you don't really go there for supper. You go there for like a lunch and beer.
Yeah.
Speaking of beer, it's time for me to get another beer.
Yeah, do it.
You do that until you're hungry, and then you're just like, I want another beer.
Because like I wouldn't go there for like a full supper like that. Too expensive.
Unless you're like on a date or something, probably.
Yeah, like that would be like a classy joint, quote unquote.
Yeah.
That you would take a date to.
Is that where you brought Lady Lee?
No.
No, they were in New Brunswick.
Yeah. No, she showed up and like we immediately like took off from my house because we had a long drive. But I mean, if we had time, I probably would have took her there. What is this? Tuesday?
Mm.
Saison from Burdock
Oh.
Brewing.
That's from
Yeah.
Burdock. Where'd you get that, Scott?
In New Brunswick.
Really? Okay, I didn't realize they distributed out there because Burdock is a relatively small brewery in Toronto.
I've never heard of it.
What's the alcohol in that?
5.2.
5.2?
Very clear.
Very suspect Saison in the Jamie Zinger world.
I don't know. I feel
yeah,
Jamie would be giving his farmers 7% saisons and then molesting them when they get too drunk.
Jesus
So
Christ.
it's a can conditioned saison, carbonated naturally with wine yeast.
Oh, okay.
Brewed in Toronto.
Nice.
The other one I have was an IPA, and I was like, let's do this instead.
Let's not have the poison. Let's just have.
Hey, you have to poison afterwards.
Burdock.
No, though their fish and chips seem expensive at this place, I imagine they're probably pretty good. I just have this thing where I assume any fish and chips in the Maritimes is gonna be good.
I mean, it would have to try hard to be bad, but their price for their fish and chips is not competitive with every other place in town. But,
no, those are Toronto prices for fish and chips.
They're very much. But I mean, I'm betting their food is probably pretty amazing. They got a pretty renowned dude behind their fucking grill, I guess, and
yeah.
And then they're really trying. I got to give them credit. Roofhound's really trying to be a thing. They've centralized in Kingston now. They used to be in another town. I think they were in Wolfville or someplace, or Digby or some. They were fucking somewhere else, and they kind of centralized here in Kingston now. And they bought the whole building that they're in pretty much, and they bought the upstairs and they've turned that into a place where it's like a B&B. So they're like a publican house now. They're like an old style publican house where it's you go in there for beer and food, and you can rent rooms. So,
okay.
So they got that whole kind of thing going on now, and and like I said, their beer is decent. It's mid to really good. And
I was gonna say, I mean, looking at their menu, they seem to have a pretty good lineup. They got an imperial stout, they got a double IPA. They have a few other ones I was looking at. I closed the page, but it looked like they actually have pretty good variety of beer. I'm like,
yeah, and you go in there, the whole place is I just went in there to I picked bottles out of the fridge and bought them the couple times I've been in there, but the whole room very chill. They got nice setup for tables and stuff. They got an outdoor patio on the street, which is a little less desirable because so Kingston has a house for the quote unquote underprivileged.
Right.
It's a house for the the mentally disabled and stuff like that.
There's probably a lot of yelling from that house, I'm guessing.
A lot of yelling, a lot of people that walk around the streets all the time and will walk by there constantly. So maybe the patio isn't as an ideal situation, but the restaurant, good. Very comfortable, very chill. Even for me, as a dude who has anxiety in public spaces, sometimes I was walking there and I felt comfortable. It's just at some point, I'm going to be in here and eat food, but just never got around to it. So,
no, that'd be cool if you and Nick got an opportunity to go there because it looks good. I would actually eat there.
I'll probably kidnap Guy from his wife and probably head out there one day.
That'd be cool.
There you go. There you go. I mean, usually when I'm on vacation, I'm not necessarily looking for the cheapest places to eat because it's hey, I'm on vacation. I want to try all these delicious local cuisines, which are really not that different from where I'm at. Yeah.
See, Render, if you and Guy do a trip down here, that is literally down the street from the Aurora Inn where Guy and Pascal had a room where they hung out with me. So
it's walking distance.
It's walking distance, yeah.
Nice.
Everything in Kingston's walking distance. It's such a small fucking town.
Well, if such a road trip ever happens, let me know, and I'll see if it's in my potential thing to travel down there, because I'd love to visit the Maritimes at some point.
Did Guy Lachance stop his YouTube channel? I can't find it.
I don't know. I never really followed his YouTube channel, so I don't know.
Yeah, this page is.
Wasn't it his Drinking in Canada?
Yeah. Well, he's the same channel. It's Drinking in Canada. Yeah, I can't find it. Huh. Oh,
Well, it's probably had too much incriminating evidence. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Drinking in Canada exists anymore.
He's a dad.
because I was gonna see if I had some, if I have tasted Burdock Brewery.
Although I fucking love that, like, radar is literally, when I type in Drinking in Canada, it's radar.
Really? No way. Oh no, that's Nick.
It's like a Nick
Mind
radar.
you, mind
100.
you, yeah, mind you, that's like if me and Nick had a kid. Jesus Christ. with a little bit of Scott in there.
No, not a little bit of Scott.
I don't know, man. The glasses seems more like yours.
Does this guy have a Hitler mustache?
No, it's just that it's gray on each side except for the middle where it's still dark.
Just the
Poor
middle.
guy. It's like just shave it. Fuck.
Yeah, because this guy looks more like Chris Peters if he was Hitler.
And hair. What is he talking about? Okay.
I'm trying to remember what this is. It was about some. I think. Oh yeah, okay. So it's when Health Canada introduced the new drinking guidelines that, in order to be healthy, you should only be like no more than 2 drinks a week. And they're interviewing this guy So yeah, surprisingly, he's like, 2 drinks a week. What are you gonna do with that? That's not gonna do anything for you.
You know, they waited there till that guy showed up. They were like, okay, no, this person looks healthy. This person looks reasonably healthy. They saw this guy. They're like, we got him.
We got him.
Yeah, most of the guys there are like, oh yeah, no, I maybe have one or 2 drinks a week. Yeah, that's fine by me. This guy's like, what? 1 or 2 drinks a week? I'm gonna have 1 or 2 drinks before this interview's over.
Listen, man, Trudeau ain't telling me how to drink, motherfucker.
Oh man,
I might start a convoy about this.
Yeah.
Fucking convoys.
Yeah.
Convoy.
I guess I literally had a couple that we met on Reddit. Now, granted, they weren't a great couple to begin with, but they were. The wife was okay, the husband not so much. And we were talking to them, and we're gonna have like just a conversation on kind of online Facebook to see if there's any compatibility going. And then like he made the mistake of giving me I think it was his wife's Facebook or something. So I looked it up, and all it was fucking convoy stuff, including like video of them at the convoy. And I was just like, yeah, no, we're not. Goodbye. We're not communicating any further. I mean, if you guys were like really hot, then maybe. But like, yeah, you guys were just passable. You guys were just passable look wise, and then it was just like, nah, personality ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if you just like didn't say anything while we're fucking.
Yeah, don't like fuck Trudeau. No, fuck me. I mean, I fuck.
Well, honestly, if you didn't give me your fucking, to be honest, I mean, when I was talking to the dude, like he was actually very well spoken. He was very polite. He was a nice guy. But like, yeah, I'm like, as soon as you gave me your wife's Facebook, I'm like, yeah, no, this ain't happening. Yeah. And then of course his wife's Facebook links to his Facebook, and he's even more of a fucking trucker. In fact, he was actually part of the convoy. So God. I was like, okay, that's not happening.
I mean, still cool that you got to see that ahead of time and not learn it afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
And like, oh shit.
Listen, I do my best. I do my best that anyone that I'm potentially going to meet, I do my best to stalk them and figure out where they're at. Because it's
Because
much.
then you're left with like, Agnes, we fucked a bunch of racist idiots.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Them.
You're like, luckily now most of the people we meet are just friends through friends because we've got like this awesome girl we know who just keeps bringing us more people. Like she's like, which sounds really sketchy as fuck, but she's just a very outgoing person. She's like, hey, I want to come over to your pool this weekend. Do you mind if I bring these new people? I'm like, go ahead.
Yeah, if you vouch for them, then all right.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, like, it's like so far they've all been okay. I mean, some of them are kind of quiet, and we're like, all right, it's maybe they're not really into anything, but like, okay, it's like it's cool. But it's like,
either
give
not
him a
into
drink.
anything or new to it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Just give him a Flying Monkey Triple IPA. It'll be fine.
it's kind of a combination. They're not really new to it, so it's more. So in this very specific situation, it's a couple. She's trying to get them more open to stuff because they're kind of in I guess a Daniel Harper situation where they date other people, but it's one of those situations where she's more outgoing and dates a lot of dudes and fucks a lot of dudes and he doesn't. So our mutual lady friend has been trying to get him more out there to try to get him to date other people because it's one of those like, hey, we're going to date other people, but it's very one-sided situations. So she was trying to say, hey, maybe we can bring them both out and see if they want to hang out and have fun. And she was she was not that talkative. And the guy basically didn't speak almost the whole time he was there. And I'm just like, okay, this is difficult to work with, but but another time. But hey, whatever. She had nice boobs.
no,
I take what I can get.
At least you got a show.
That's the thing. Should I read the comments? Or did you read it an hour ago?
We've been keeping them up with the comments. The 3 comments, one of them which is mine. Yeah, no, that's the popularity of my channel at this point. Like,
oh, look, it's Dan. I always forget he's Western Canadian.
I don't even know how Andre Asino Belarus McEwen.
Andreasino Belarus McEwen. Italian first name, Belarus the country, and then Scottish.
Yeah, I don't know how they stumbled upon the channel, but they have commented before. I think either on my videos or BA 101. I don't know.
Oh, if you're still watching there, what kind of beer?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mr. McEwen, if you're still around, let us know what you're drinking and let us know how you stumbled on Lee's channel.
Yeah.
And how? Wait, is it
how the fuck did you get here?
Last name? Isn't Red Beer's last name McEwen?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like we've already covered this, where it's like every time I see this person post, I got to stop myself for a second. Okay, it's not Carrie. It's not Carrie.
I think it's totally possible it could be someone related to Carrie that just stumbled on your channel of, oh, well, this guy hangs out with Carrie sometimes.
Except for, I think most of his family's okay. Awesome people.
I mean, they're probably better than Carrie.
And we're live.
I mean, I don't think his stepdad's okay because he kicked the bucket last week. Last year.
Oh,
not
too soon.
No, I mean, like okay people, not Like,
no, that's what I meant.
Not like Lady Lee's sister.
Oh no, that's a whole different level of terrain.
So not a native Canadian radar. Is that the problem you have with Lady Lee's sister? Is that she's a native Canadian?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Although apparently she's a Native American now, so I mean, good for her for switching races as
now she's a MAGA American. So
American.
Yeah, so she's a piece of.
She's
shit.
okay with Donald Trump spending $300,000 on a armored golf cart.
She loves whatever gets her gigs and clubs for her shitty band. Is what she is.
That's what she's into.
Yep, that's what she's into. She's into self-promotion, no matter what the cost.
Self-flagellation.
It's funny how like siblings sometimes work that way. Like like her and Lady Lee are on such opposite sides. You got Marcin, who's a MAGA guy. Hopefully less so lately, but because hopefully he's got children. He's not supporting a child molester.
Mm.
Don't support a child molester, Marston. Not good. But from what I understand, his sister, like, I don't know if she's a particular Democrat, but she's not into Trump. Let's put it that way. So she probably voted for the other side. So I mean, I mean, they get along, but I don't think they get along as well as they could.
Yeah.
It also probably doesn't help that Marston says things that aren't always politically correct, and his sister is married to a black guy and has half black children. So yeah, like when Obama left the office, when he finished his presidency, Marston posted the clips from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air of Jazz being thrown out of the house.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it did not go over well with his sister.
Yeah, no, like that's just dumb.
Marston's not racist, is he?
Well, he's first of all.
Let me put it. No, hold on, Raider. Let me put it this way. Do I think he's racist? No, but I think he says stuff that comes off as racist. Let's put it that way. But do I actually think he's racist? No, I don't. I just think he. Sometimes, I mean, I say stuff that can come off as racist too, so I'm not even going to throw him under the bus on that. But do it. But yeah, when you have a sister that's married to a black guy, there's certain things you probably shouldn't say.
Yeah. I mean, talking about racism, he's from Poland and lives in North Carolina.
What's wrong with that?
Or South Carolina. Well, it's like one of the deep South states, which is.
Well, I mean, Radar's not wrong with that. Polish people are generally inherently fairly racist, and then you throw them in South Carolina, it's usually not going to be a good mix. So yeah,
it's like a racism enhancer. It's just like, it
kind of is.
Yeah.
Like it kind of is.
Yeah, it's like if you're playing a video game and your character is Polish, it's like
you leveled up. If you're a racist Polish person and you go to South Carolina, you level up several levels instantly. It's like you get all the racist HP.
It's like
it's
like tier 4 out of 5.
If you're already kind of prone to let's say making comments or humor that might be kind of considered kind of in borderline, South Carolina is not going to help you with that. They're going to magnify what you say. Like, so I'll just tell you guys, for instance, like, and this has nothing to do with Marston, but like, because we were there for a week or whatever, and their one of their kids had like a band. He's in a band, so they had a band show. So we kind of got suckered into going. I didn't really want to go to that. But anyway, so it was like, high school. Hold on, Raider. Let me talk. I'll be done. I'll be done in a second. Then you can talk. And there were two very flamboyant gay dudes that were part of so it was like the band, and he had the dancers, and there were two very flamboyant gay dudes like dancing with like kind of the women. Like I don't want to call them cheerleaders because they weren't quite cheerleaders, but it was very clearly like there was the more female segregation dancing, and there was two very flamboyant gay dudes doing it with them. And you could hear people around you talking about it, kind of like saying things that were off color. It's like, okay, well, I mean, they seem to be doing a pretty good job. Maybe we just don't worry about whether they're gay or not. I'm considering these are like 14-year-old children. I don't know, but
wow,
I got a little uncomfortable with like what people were just saying out loud. I was like, okay.
They say the loud part quiet and the quiet part loud.
You just call them the F word. You just call them the F word. That's okay.
See, that's what those two Fs do, right? Later on, they're going to take them down to that underground pizza shop, and they're gonna
yeah. Hillary owned.
They're gonna read them The Catcher in the Rye in a preschool, and queer them all up. That's their agenda. They're gonna dress and drag, and they're gonna come to our primary school, and they're gonna read some Mark Twain and queer them all up. And we can't have that. We can't
something
have
about evolution or something.
Evolution. They're gonna do evolution. They're gonna say we're monkeys. We're monkeys.
Oh my god! I feel this needs to be Lee's like new character is the well-spoken racist.
The well-spoken Southern racist.
Or the well-spoken. Let's say bigot. The well-spoken bigot is that you're a bigot, but you're just very well-spoken about it. It's like, we're gonna go and read some Mark Twain.
You're damn right. I'm well-spoken. I'm a white man. God damn it! I got an education. not like these ne'er do wells and these street urchins and these undesirables who just come into our schools and all they want to do is commit crimes. And
We want to learn math instead of church.
yeah, they want to learn math. That math is the devil's tool. You don't understand that?
The only math these ladies should know is how many babies they pop out.
Yeah, all they need to know is the measurements for the recipes for cooking for their husbands. That's all they need to know.
She cooks me sandwiches.
Cooks me sandwiches. If I'm not cooked 3 sandwiches a day, then she is not doing her Christian womanly duties as a wife.
I require 7 course lights so I can tell her I'm drunk.
Exactly.
She needs to know how to hide my skid marks from the other fellas.
That's right. She has to do my laundry every day. Sometimes 3 times a day because sometimes baby's got to squirt. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, sometimes you got to mud. You got to blow mud.
My ex-wife left me for a black man. Now she knows what an orgasm is.
Slightly off topic,
I think that's a pretty good podcast. It's Radar and Lee.
Being the deep south,
being
Lee
the
and Radar. Lee and Radar visit the deep south.
So slightly off topic, but still funny. The new Netflix WWE thing, Unreal, which I to be honest, I didn't enjoy that much, but there were some moments that I enjoyed. And there was a moment where a bunch of wrestlers, I won't spoil it in case you do decide to watch it, but
Unreal? Or
I think it's called Unreal.
Is it Trainwreck or Unreal?
No. It's called. It just came out today. It's like literally a documentary on Netflix. It's sponsored by the WWE. It's basically like behind the scenes leading up to this year's WrestleMania. That's essentially what it is. So they basically show you all the behind the scenes of how they're like setting up the matches and how they're like, there's guys talking to referees and stuff. Like I was saying, like Scott actually probably knows a lot of bit about this stuff, like how they're like, the referee's got a mic and stuff, and they're saying, okay, do this, check on this guy, do this, blah blah blah. And, they like Vince McMahon, they basically erased him from it, so he's not there. But it's basically Triple H just doing all this stuff. It's interesting. I don't know. I just don't find current wrestling all that interesting. So, I mean, Vince McMahon may be a terrible person, but I do find the 40 years of wrestling he put on to be a lot more interesting than what's currently going on. But anyways,
I mean, there was a reason why he's successful for so long. I mean, he didn't know how to run a business.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing is a lot of people do. But anyways, the only thing I'm trying to get with this is that a very small portion of the show is a bunch of the wrestlers, including a lady, are talking about whether they've ever shit themselves while wrestling. A very funny conversation.
A lot of people over the years have.
Yeah,
there is video evidence of wrestlers shitting themselves during matches. So yeah.
And somebody claimed that Triple H at one point put a Snickers bar in his underwear to then throw it at another opponent and make him think that it was shit.
I would not be surprised.
I started watching.
We do some really weird shit.
I mean, wrestling its roots are carny shit, and that has never, like, even to this day, that has never been totally 100% erased.
No. So even the old school wrestlers know how to speak Kearney.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can understand Kearney. I don't really speak Kearney all that well. I can understand it. I've been around it enough.
Yeah. And but yeah, like the thing some people don't understand, like it's a lot better today. Like a lot of the wrestlers, like of the last maybe 2 generations, are like probably more well-adjusted normal people to some degree.
Oh yeah, for sure.
When it comes to like
not fucking write it out of their minds.
Well, not even that. When it comes to like the earlier generations, most of the people who got into professional wrestling were crazy people, criminals, people who were maladjusted and did not just could not exist in normal society. That has been pretty much the history of wrestling back to the Kearney days, back to the 1920s or even before that. Before it became a fixed sport, it's always attracted the outsiders, the fringe society people, like the people who can't, hold down normal jobs and have normal lives. Like it's for very like driven, crazy people for the most part, honestly. Like, and even to this day, it is for very singular, like driven people. Like if people who want to make it their career, you sacrifice a lot. Like you're not interested in having a normal life if you're a pro wrestler. Like unless you're just kind of doing it on the weekends or something like that, and you hold a normal job. But if you're like a hardcore, like you want to like really do it, you gotta live a pretty singular, different life from most people.
You got to be different, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I would like, at the same time, to this day, I probably would not trust what a pro wrestler told me. But definitely, I would not trust what like a wrestler from 30 years ago ever told me.
So I'll even admit that it being in the industry for 15 years, I make some offhand jokes and I make some comments that aren't accepted by today's wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I've made some jokes that people were like, Scott, that doesn't sound good. Don't say that. And I'm like, man, I mean, this flies 15 years ago. Yeah, but not in today's standards. I'm like,
yeah. Who do you think you are, Nick Patrick, bitch? What's going on?
Hey, see that female referee? I should force her to give me oral sex. No, Scott McMahon, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Well, that's what we do in South Carolina, which is why.
Well, I think Lee, you used to follow. Maybe you still do. Jim Sterling.
I do, yeah.
So, well, then you might. Yeah, I'm sure you probably know. Like he is now a she. It's a she goes by Stephanie. Well, James. Well, at one point she was non-binary. Now I think she's fully trans or whatever.
Yeah.
Stephanie Sterling, whatever, and then she's a wrestler now.
Yeah.
In like very amateurish leagues. I'm not sure which ones.
Yeah, no, she's been a wrestler for several years. Like she's got that going on, and she's
Yeah.
also a pretty prominent online video game critic.
Yeah. Although less so now. More of a. I mean, I listen to their podcast. So their podcast is two of them are trans women. So Stephanie Sterling and then Laura K. Dale, who are both trans women, and then the other guy is just a regular old straight guy. How boring. Mm-hmm. But it's become more of an SJW podcast where they tend to deal with that stuff more. Like they don't really deal with actual video game. Well, let me put it this way: Stephanie does not deal with reviews much. Laura Kate does. She does more of the actual reviews. But yeah, but anyway, it's a very entertaining podcast, regardless of what the stuff they cover. I listen to it every week, and but yeah, it's just like the other thing is like she has very bad back problems and is on like several medication, has had several surgeries, and I'm like, why do you want to still be a wrestler? That seems problematic.
Because it's the life. They get addicted to it.
Sometimes it's the only thing they know, right? It's like,
I mean that too. Like that goes back to me, like saying like there are people who are, in general, historically, people who don't really function in normal society a lot. Like wrestling is their life, and it becomes their central focus. Yeah. It becomes what they do. So like wrestlers. I think Scott can attest to this. And even him as a referee who takes bumps and gets injuries and stuff like that, you kind of learn to live with that lifestyle. You kind of learn to like accept the pain. Like you kind of learn to accept like every night I'm going out there, I'm working in pain.
Listen, I have two rotator cuff injuries because of this.
Mm-hmm.
As a referee.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh.
I've taken moves.
Right.
So that's because he was refereeing Nick and some of his buddies.
I mean, like you watch it on TV, right? And you see these guys take these bumps and stuff, and get thrown around. And yes, for the most part, most of them are well trained enough where They know how to do it. They know how, like, quote unquote, they know how to fall or whatever, kind of thing. But that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt them. It doesn't mean
it does hurt sometimes.
It doesn't affect them long term. Like, if you get like slammed on a mat, like not even slammed on a mat, you get thrown into a turnbuckle or something like that. Like the chances of getting like whiplash off that is pretty high.
Yeah,
I've hyperextended this elbow because someone was just pushing against it wrong.
Yeah.
There's one chick in the WWE now, like I think it's like Bella Belair or something like that. It's a black chick and she has this massively long ponytail.
Oh,
and
yeah.
She fucking whips the other female wrestlers, and they're showing some of the damage she does. And it's like, oh, this is fucking hardcore. Like, it's like she'll whip you with her ponytail and leave this massive mark across your whole body. I'm like, that doesn't seem cool.
It's just expected. It's just expected.
Is it Bella? What's her name?
Bella Belair or whatever.
Yeah.
Bella Belair, I think that's her name. Yeah. No, Bella Belair. I think that's her name.
Yeah, but because here's the rub. Because her hair is part of her body, it's a legal move.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
I don't think it's actually her hair. I think it's a weave or something.
It is an extension. Yeah.
But I mean, it's her hair, right?
Yeah, technically speaking.
There's this other guy. His name is Danhausen, and his secret move or his cheat move is he has a jar of teeth, and he shoves the jar of teeth in the person's mouth, and this person chokes on the teeth, right?
Okay.
And the reason why he says, well, this is legal, it's because your mouth is already full of teeth. So,
I don't think that works.
Yeah, no, your mouth is full of teeth already. I'm like, what?
I mean, it works. It works in the context of Danhausen, who is a comedy character.
Yeah.
Who, like, he does silly stuff and people like it. So like he gets a pass for being like crazy and silly and shit. But I mean that's like that just goes back like a long time, like classic wrestling gimmick where it's like, oh, the heel injured his hand, now he has a cast, and so he's got to wear this cast because he's got an injury.
Yeah.
But when the ref's not looking, he pops someone with the fucking cast because he's not actually injured, and it just gives him a loaded fist to use to win a match.
He fell into the crowd and he got a chair stuck on his hand. Now the chair is part of his body.
So there's this other guy, Logan Paul. I'm not sure if you know him.
Oh god.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck him.
He has legitimately knuckle replacements, and it's titanium. He has a titanium right hand, right?
And he thinks he's good in boxing. Well, yeah, because it's a fucking titanium hand.
No, it's his stupid brother. His stupid brother sets up the fake boxing matches, and Logan Paul's the idiot that sets up the fake WWE matches. Both those brothers need to die in a fire.
Right.
Yeah.
So Logan Paul, he's a WWE guy. He's also he's a YouTuber, but he has this right hand that's titanium. His power move or his finisher move is a right-handed punch, and you're like, well, why is that so special? Because he's got a titanium hand.
Mm-hmm.
He's that's not anything. Like, well, he's got a titanium hand. Plop.
I love that. It's always going to ring true for me as like an old time fan, where it's just like that works logic wise in wrestling. Because I just think back to Lex Luger with his titanium elbow, where he's got the plate in his elbow, and he would do the elbow fucking fat smash into people. It's like he's got a titanium plate in that elbow.
Yeah.
He's got a titanium plate in that elbow. Mm-hmm.
The announcer guy, what's his name there?
I mean, it's the same as this other guy named Zach Gowen. He's lost a leg.
Yeah.
Right. He usually wrestles with only one leg, but he can take his other leg and hit someone over it. That's his leg.
Yeah.
That makes me think of not a joke, but like a somewhat dad joke. What has 11 arms and sucks? Def Leppard.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'll go to hell.
No, it's true though. Like
I know.
you can't go to hell for truth.
Yeah, they do suck. I fucking
You can't
hate
go to
Def
hell
Leppard.
anyway because it's not real. But yeah, no. I mean, Def Leppard does suck, and yeah, the band had 11 arms. It's true. It's true.
I've heard Def Leppard, but I don't know what they are. Other than the
I mean, do you think the drummer of that has any problem with those jokes? I mean, he made
he's a multimillionaire. No, he
yeah,
doesn't.
he made an entire career of being a one-armed drummer, and he did a great job. So you can't
Yeah, it's true.
fucking yeah.
The band sucks, but he's a good drummer.
He's getting his dick sucked every day.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that'd be fine.
I wonder
If
how he
someone
lost his
making
arm. I
fun of
wonder
me if I
how he
made-
lost his arm, if it was a car accident or
I can't remember how he lost
natural
his arm.
thing.
I think it was a car accident or something like that. Yeah.
Oof.
But before he became a Def Leppard charm.
A Def Leppard.
Yeah. No, was it before Def Leppard or did he lose it during?
I don't know. I'm gonna take a look. Hang on a second.
Yeah, check that out.
What's his name? Rick Allen. Rick Allen. Yeah, they go drummer.
Yeah.
We've been drummers on rock. There you go. So he was in the band. He started already. So in '78, I think. Yeah, '78. 84.
Oh,
December 31st, New Year's Eve. Involved a car crash with his girlfriend on A57 Road, which is, where is this? Oh, it's in England. Yeah, of course.
He lost his arm in a car crash.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, and a car in front of theirs deliberately slowed for him to catch up, only to speed up as he tried to pass. Fucking cunt. I would kill that. This went on for several miles until, in frustration, he accelerated to pass, at which point he lost control of his left-hand drive Corvette C4 on, of course, a British road, which hit a dry stone wall and entered a field. His left arm was entangled in the seatbelt and severed, remaining in the car where he was flung out.
You're not telling us the other important information, Radar. What was the other guy driving?
I don't know. Doesn't say.
Oh, well, that's important information. My buddy actually crashed his Corvette C4 and had to have his hip fucking rebuilt for him because he fucked it up. Because he's all about he loves old cars because he's like, I don't like all these new safety features, and I was like, well, you may have done a little bit better. You may have done a little bit better if you had an airbag in your car. Because his car basically became a boomerang. So like, yeah, and then his fucking brother who owns an auto shop rebuilt it for him. So it's like the car still has a clean title on it because they never reported it through insurance. Meanwhile, the car was fucking bent in half, and yeah, his brother just straightened the frame for him. Like, that car is not safe anymore. Luckily he's not going to sell it, but I'm just like, holy fuck, that car is not safe anymore.
No.
Fuck. Hey, a C4, yes. Like, crumble zones? What are those? I mean, it's like right before even a smart car was probably safer than that.
No, that was the thing. I mean, he's like, I don't like traction control. And like, if he had traction control, he may have not gone into the guardrail that crushed his car. And then they had to, the emergency service had to extricate him.
So he was going too fast with an American sports car.
Part of it's going too fast. Part of it's just not understanding how cars without traction control work. So this guy's got like 12 cars, but like the newest cars like from 1985, and he doesn't drive his cars that often. And then when he drives them, he acts like a fucking idiot with them, and he tends to wreck a lot of his cars. And this one caught up with him. He's wrecked a few cars over the years, but he hasn't been badly injured.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I mean, his wife just died, but it had nothing to do with the car crash. It was cancer.
Shit.
So
sorry to hear that.
That
sounds like a cool guy nonetheless, though, for some reason.
Sort of dark. He's a great guy. I love the guy. I just think he's a fucking idiot when it comes to driving. And unfortunately, his son's also a fucking idiot when it comes to driving because he taught his son everything he knows. So.
Oh no.
Real Nick Hogan.
Hey son, you want me to show you how to wrap a Honda Civic around a telephone pole? Trust me.
Oh god! Oh my god! No, he would never drive any Japanese car. That's like against his religion.
Okay.
He's mostly American only. You know, this guy is Sri Lankan, so it's like it's kind of weird. But he has a weird obsession with American cars. He has a weird obsession with things too. Like he married a white lady, so did his brother. It seems to run in the family. So like good for them.
I mean, I can attest to Sri Lankans doing that because I have a Sri Lankan uncle who married my aunt, and who is very white and very annoying, and he got the better end of the deal because he divorced. So yeah, good for him.
So it's funny. Like we have one lady I know is Sri Lankan. The other I'm not 100% sure she is. She could be Indian, but anyway, she's brown. And then they're both with they're not married, but one of them is married to a white guy. The other one's with a long-term white boyfriend. And it's just like, yeah, it just seems to be like a lot of brown people we know like to get white spouses. Nothing wrong with that.
Mm.
Yeah, to each his own.
I mean, it's the same as
our own.
Same as black dudes putting like big, thick white women on a pedestal. You know, that kind of thing.
That's true.
You mean like a plinth, like outside of an Air Force base?
and I mean, I will say, like my aunt, who my Sri Lankan uncle married, very heavy set woman. So, yeah.
Like
very heavy set woman.
So when we were in the hospital, when Agnes's sister was giving birth, so Marston's wife, in case you're not keeping up, the whole maternity ward now, and so Marston's sister, as I mentioned before, she's a very imagine female version of Marston, and she's married to a very small black guy, like a very skinny black guy, and you go through the maternity ward in the Detroit hospital. And pretty much every couple is like a very skinny black guy with a very heavy set white woman.
And that's in South Carolina?
No, this is actually in Michigan. This is in the Detroit hospital.
Oh, might as well be South Carolina. In Michigan is like, hey, we want to be as racist as South Carolina.
Well, to the point, like I just said we're joking. We're like, I guess like I think your sister's like the only white chick giving birth in this hospital.
But that's pretty much the title of Michigan. We want to be as racist as South Carolina.
Oh, I'm sure they could be plenty racist if
South
they needed
Carolina's to be. Their motto is, "We want to be as racist as Mississippi."
Well, I mean, like I remember when Marston and I went to like the four of us, Marston and I and her sister. I think even the kids were with us. I think it was like all of us. We went to this brewery so they're in Anderson, South Carolina, which is a relatively small town. It's not tiny, but it's relatively small. And we went to this other small town brewery, and Marston's like, "Oh yeah, like 2 weeks ago, there's a massive Trump rally here." And I'm looking around, I'm like, "Yeah, I haven't seen anyone that's not white here. I buy this." And then here's the thing: we saw one black chick who was with a white guy, and I went and talked to her. Not because she was a black chick, because that would be weird, but because she had the fucking best T-shirt ever. It said Camp Crystal Lake Counselor, and I was like,
nice.
Your T-shirt is fucking awesome. Plus, she had an awesome dog, so I was like, your T-shirt is awesome, and your dog is awesome. So, cheers to you, motherfucker.
Is that what you said?
And she,
told straight,
pretty much,
motherfucker.
Pretty much, yeah. She was like, "Yeah, this dude's probably." No, she was actually very friendly, but she's like, "This dude's probably drunk." Yeah.
And were you drunk?
I may have been like 6 beers in at the time, but no, I loved her fucking shirt. It was great. The thing is with like their breweries there is like the indoors, it's more like a restaurant, but like the outdoors is more like you buy your beer, you go out, it's kind of like a camping area. And that tends to be the trend there. So it was like, once you kind of go out there, like I think they allow you to bring dogs and all that shit. So it's like, oh, okay. Cool. People have dogs. I love dogs. I saw one lady at a different brewery who had a puppy, and I was saying to her, "Oh, your puppy's really cute." And she's like, "Oh, you like dogs?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm one of those crazy people that has 4 dogs." And she's like, "Yeah, I also have 4 dogs." I'm like, I guess we're both crazy people then.
Let's fuck.
But she seemed a little offended by it, so I kind of just left, and I was like, I'm leaving this conversation. Like she didn't seem like she was happy. It's like, oh, I have 4 dogs. Am I crazy? I'm like, maybe. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm like, yes. Listen, I feel if you have 4 dogs, you're a crazy person. I feel if you have more than 2 children, you're a crazy person. So there you go.
Yes, I don't. I'm not a crazy person.
No, you got one.
I
don't
Well,
like
you're. I mean, I feel having 1 child is the best of the best, but I feel 2 children is acceptable. Further than that, then you need to be rounded up and gassed.
Well, I mean, essentially, I'm only replacing the human population 0.5.
Yeah, but there's 8 billion people, and there needs to be about 3 billion people on this planet. So you're doing God's work, Scott.
Yeah.
And to be fair, really, Nick is your first child, so I mean,
yeah, you are side dad for Nick, pretty much.
Side dad.
Yeah.
Wow.
Occasionally, Ron needs to tag you in.
And I'm not saying that to disparage you or anything like that. It's just the way it is. He needs guidance.
Yeah, but he doesn't listen to me.
He doesn't, but I mean, who listens to their dad?
I did.
Yep.
Yeah, but eventually Nick will grow up and he'll eventually realize, oh shit, Scott was right. I should have listened to my dad when I was growing up. And
I mean, in a couple of years, when Scott takes over the low household and kicks Nick out, Nick will be like, you know what? This is the kick in the ass I needed to really get. And the next thing you know, Nick's the new Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
without the racism and the emerald mines.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there's some emerald mines in Quispamsis, but we won't talk about
but
those.
he might end up the same way when it comes to relationships.
Maybe Nick will get to fuck Grimes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Grimes is like his wife or his girlfriend or something.
Ex.
No, he's his ex. There was this sad
he does not meet his kids.
Did you not see this?
Yeah.
I know very little about Elon Musk apparently.
So Elon is such a sad fuck. Like he does live streams where sometimes he plays video games and stuff, and like there was that whole scandal of where like
he was cheating or something.
Yeah, people obviously pointed out that he had people playing for him to level his character up because he did not know how to play the fucking game. So he was doing a stream here where he was doing that exact thing.
That was not long ago, too.
Yeah, it was a few months back where he was doing that exact thing where it's like obvious. People on stream were pointing out to him at his face that you don't know how to play this game. The levels you are at, you did not get to. You obviously paid someone to do it. And there's evidence that like when he was off doing shit earlier, like in the month and stuff, he was streaming and playing the game and stuff. Like there was records of this where it's like obviously someone he paid to like play for him, the levels character. But when he was playing live and doing his stream, he was playing Grimes fucking music in the background. He was still listening to his ex-wife or girlfriend or whatever's fucking music on this sad ass stream playing a fucking video game.
The comments, I remember the comments being like the best. Like,
and it was people were just cutting deep into his ass, and it was the saddest motherfucking thing. It was just like anybody else. If he was not Elon Musk, who had like $3 bazillion, that would have been the end. That would have been the last time you ever saw this motherfucker on the internet. Like it was such a fucking just brutal takedown that he was like just participating in and not ending when he should have ended it like within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was fucking just like that guy needs to be like hung in a public square somewhere. Like he's a monster. He needs to be killed. But...
So, you know what? I by no means not a Musk fan, but I don't know. I'm kind of hoping lately he's turned against Trump, so I'm actually kind of hoping that he may actually be useful somehow because you know he's got a lot of money and you know he's now him and Trump are friends. So.
He didn't really turn though. Like he walked a bunch of shit back. He definitely did. He walked back the Epstein stuff.
He's still making money. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's just not as much as he.
No, he's
Oh,
not. Instead of having $300 billion, now he's got $270 billion.
Poor
Yeah,
guy.
and he's
Yeah.
he's just another grifter. He's working the grift.
He
The
could
whole-
literally solve
But I feel like Godzilla versus King Kong. I like to see these idiots fight each other. So I mean, I do agree. He did walk back a lot of shit. So I'm like, oh come on, like you got more money than Trump. You can fucking man up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he could afford to man up if he wanted to, but he's not a man. He's a fucking little spoiled rich boy who has a fucking racist emerald mine father, and
he's a racist too.
He's a racist too. Yeah.
I wouldn't be upset if my father gave me an emerald mine, even if the emerald mine was racist. I'd still be like, well, it is what it is.
Well, that's not the emerald mine that's racist, is it?
Yeah, no, it's the people they employed and how they employed him is what's racist about
Like,
it.
well,
Yeah.
I mean,
in apartheid South Africa.
Yeah.
I got weird looks because when we were shopping for Agnes's engagement ring, and they're giving us, the people are giving us the whole spiel about, oh, our diamonds are blah 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 blah. And one thing they said is, we have a guarantee that like none of these diamonds you're purchasing are blood diamonds. And I asked the lady, I'm like, well, where can I get these blood diamonds? Are they cheaper?
Those blood already, like,
She looked at me really funny. I'm like, listen, you're trying to charge me $3,000 for this fucking stone that I can barely see. I'm like, if I can get a blood diamond for cheaper, I might be for it. Like tell me more.
How much is the blood diamond? That's exactly the same.
Can you tell me exactly how many African slaves died getting this diamond?
I mean,
Depending on the number, I might feel bad.
Which billionaire owns this mine?
There's a good chance some African kid died getting the material for the battery for my fucking phone. So I mean,
true.
You know what? I'm not gonna be picky of where I'm gonna be a fucking genocidal asshole. It is what it is.
We're all complacent to some.
We're all wearing the t-shirts from China that are made from like 12-year-old kids that work 18 hours a day.
Are you saying my high quality albino Rhino Fest t-shirt is made in China?
Possibly
no way. Chad would. No way Chad would source slave labor for anything that happened under his watch. No.
Yeah. I'm considering this t-shirt cost $10. Yeah, I mentioned it was probably a couple of poor Chinese kids got paid 3 cents that day to make your cadre of shirts. I mean, I'm assuming it's one of those things where they probably just mass produce a whackload of these t-shirts, send them blank, and then like somebody in North America fucking just puts the albino rhino logo on them and ships them to Chad.
That's the way it works,
Yeah. So support Canadian jobs, yeah. Somebody putting the logo in Canada. There you go.
Reagan's America.
Reagan's Canada. Oh, wait a minute.
This seems like a good group. I feel like another beer is warranted.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Oh.
Have you watched any good movies lately? Anybody?
No. I will attest to the fact, and both these movies are cape shit, but
cape shit?
Cape shit as in superhero movies.
Oh, okay.
Cape shit. Yeah, I will say both Superman and the Fantastic Four movie are both very good.
That's for what I heard, and I haven't seen them yet, so no spoilers.
Yeah, no.
I did see, however, Jurassic World, the one with Scarlett Johansson.
Lady Lee said that it was enjoyable.
It was.
So, yeah,
it actually was. I liked it better than the Chris Pratt movies.
So he's not in that one, is he?
No, he's not in that one.
Oh, okay.
Totally different. Yeah, like I don't know if they're going to make another couple more after that one. They will. It could start like its own. Like it'll probably start its own three-peat or whatever.
I feel like it will, but I mean that's a proven box office success at this point.
Oh, yeah.
So you can milk it all the time, but yeah, no, the Superman one's really good. Like a very. I'm not going to spoil anything. I'll just say like it's very much James Gunn is a comics nerd. And he has a specific like era of comics he's really into.
He knows
that movie really speaks to that era of comics that he's into. So like, and also the movie is not a movie that like it doesn't do an origin story or any of that bullshit. So it's like it throws you right into the universe and expects you to catch up. And if you're a comics fan, you're going to catch up immediately anyway. So, or even if you just like have like past like childhood knowledge of like comic book characters and stuff, you're kind of going to get it real quick. So it works. The Fantastic Four movie, very cool. It's different than most of the Marvel movies that have come out in the last little while, where it takes a different track with things.
It's a phase one movie, from what people are describing it.
Oh yeah,
yeah, in a way, yeah, and I mean that's another one that doesn't like give you the Fantastic Four origin. Really, it's like
they're already done. They're already the
it's like it's 4 years into their career with Fantastic Four, and they hint back at like stuff they did. So like it references like early Fantastic Four comics. Like some of the enemies they fought and stuff like that. Like it references that shit, and then it tells the Galactus story, and kind of sets it up for like converging with the eventual like Avengers Doomsday thing in the MCU.
Oh yeah, with
stuff. Yeah.
So will somebody like me, who I've never read a single Fantastic Four comic, I've never seen a single Fantastic Four movie, so I literally know nothing about the Fantastic Four other than that you got the four characters and they fight people. Will somebody like me be able to catch up, no problem, or will I be a little confused?
No, I think so. I mean, all you got to know is that Reed Richards has elasticity powers where he can stretch himself. Sue Storm can like make herself invisible, make force fields. And stuff. Johnny Storm he's the flame guy, and then Ben Grimm is the thing where he's got like the rock body kind of thing. And,
the rock guy. It's I don't know. Like I'll probably watch that maybe this weekend with Agnes. I haven't had a chance to download it yet, but to be honest, it doesn't interest me all that much. But I'll probably just watch it because I try to be fairly current with my MCU.
Honestly, I think that movie and Superman would actually be a really great double feature.
We've seen Superman.
Yeah, I know you have, but I mean, I feel like watching those two movies back to back, they have kind of the same energy and spirit to them that like I feel like they'd be a pretty good double feature. Like the new Superman is very modern, like it is very much set in our world and it's very modern, like. And the Fantastic Four one is very retro futuristic. So like it's kind of set in our time, but it's like it's if our time was like Fallout time or the nuclear war didn't happen, where everything looks 60s. But it's obviously like still 2025 or whatever, right?
Oh, really? Okay. I thought that movie actually did take place in like the 60s or something.
No, it's just like a different version of Earth in the MCU that like where that retro futuristic thing like prevailed, and we didn't have the Fallout nuclear war, so like everyone's got like there's like hover cars and stuff as well in the world, and shit like that. But yeah,
it's another dimension.
Yeah, it's another part of the fucking multiverse bullshit, right? It's like it's Earth 828 or something like that they call it. In the multiverse for the MCU or whatever, it's fine.
I haven't seen the new. I haven't watched a lot of movies lately. I mean, I'll go on record. I'll say I liked the new Superman. It was good. Mm-hmm. I'm still of the belief that I still don't think there's a particularly amazing, great Superman movie. I still don't think any Superman movie has ever reached that level, personally. But like I don't think there's anything on the level of Dark Knight. Let's put it that way. But I am a Dark Knight. Thank you for pointing that out, Dan. I told you that in confidence. Completely off topic, but still on movies. Is the two movies Lee showed us lately? The two horror movies were very good. Those I don't remember the names of them, but the ones you showed us like 3 weeks ago, by the Philippines brothers.
Oh yeah, Talk to Me I showed. I didn't. No, I didn't show you guys. Did I show you guys Talk to Me? Yeah, no, I did. I did. I showed
You showed us both of them. Both of them.
Yeah, I
movies.
showed you Talk to Me, and then what's the title of the latest one? Fuck.
She's still there or something like that, or she's still alive, something along those lines.
Fuck. Check my letterbox. Reviews.
She's still there. She's all that.
She's all that. The horror movie I showed you. She's all that.
She's all that. Yeah, but is that the one with Jessica Alba? Oh no, that's the one with.
That's Jennifer Love Hewitt, isn't it? Yeah.
Jennifer Love, huge tits.
She's yeah.
Bring her back. Bring her back.
Bring her back. Yeah.
That was good. That was those are both like, and I generally am not the biggest fan of more modern horror, and those are both pretty good. I think actually Bring Her Back was the better movie.
It is the better one. Like Talk to Me is kind of Zoomer brained. Like it's very much like more focused on like the younger generation kind of thing, because it's very much about like our devices and recording and filming and like TikTok and viral
It's kind of
video.
like if Nick was being possessed by an evil spirit, that Scott would just be there fucking filming it and be like, "It's okay, Nick. I'm not even worried about you whatsoever. I'm just gonna film this because it's awesome."
Yeah. But yeah, no, both of those are really good modern horror movies. I totally agree. Yeah.
She's All That was the one with Rachel Lee Cook and Freddie Prinze Jr.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
that's a great horror movie.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you know what?
It was so.
I guess I watched that not too long ago, and you know what? It was enjoyable enough.
I liked that movie because it had Anna Paquin in it.
oh, of course you did.
Yeah.
So how you doing, Dan?
I want to destroy
I
my
know.
washing machine.
Oh, did you manage to fix it?
What has your washing machine done to you lately?
Not work. That's what it's done for me. I got so far where I was taking the screws out, pulled off one of the panels. I have 2 rusted screws and 1 stripped screw that I gotta try and get out.
Oh, fuck.
So I was just shy of grabbing a hacksaw and just chopping the fucking things out of there. So
Okay.
Fucking hacksaw Dan Crocker over here.
So what are you drinking to alleviate your burden, sir?
Well, you see, once it hits your lips, it's a hazy IPA.
Oh God.
But what is
Coming
it
at
before you get there?
6.7.
All right.
Damn it, Dan!
is
You're
it
turning a
before you get-
terrible day into a worse day.
Well, I was gonna go with my triple, but I still have to go pick somebody up in a little bit, so I thought I'd just
You
start
still have to
small.
go pick somebody up. Tell her to take a fucking Uber home.
You tell my child to do that.
Oh, I thought it was your wife. It's your child? Even more so, tell your fucking child to take an Uber home.
Tell him to walk.
Is she working?
Yeah,
How old is she?
she's 18.
Should be
Well,
ready.
she's an adult. She can walk.
She could, but I don't trust the area that she works in. So
Oh,
Give her
I
a
feel like
gun.
if it was your wife, I'd be like, well, she can deny you sex, so maybe go pick her up. But yeah, your kid, fucking leave her there. It's fine.
she can kill me in my sleep. She's
I
already
mean-
been killing me slowly for 18 years. So I mean,
So are you that opposed to it? Like what's the negotiation here? I don't understand.
there is none. There is none. I have no problems
Right.
picking her up. I just
Uh,
got to try and go with something a little bit lighter to drink because, like I said, I got a triple IPA down here at 10% that I was going to pour. her up, and I'm like,
I'll ask probably a stupid question, but I don't. Your wife does not drive. Is that correct, Dan?
no, she doesn't.
Okay, so the option of her picking her up would not be an option.
Nope.
That's unfortunate.
No. And it's very close to the hardware store. And actually, I wonder what time is Canadian Tire up until?
Oh shit! Dan's planning his stuff.
Yeah, I'm planning to murder things. Murder! Oh, wait, that might get you canceled. Sorry, my bad.
No, this isn't next channel. You can fucking say whatever you want. We've been talking about racial shit. We've been talking.
We're also live on. No, I shouldn't have said that. We're also live on Lee's Hoogly beer thing.
I mean, well, it's high tide imbibe radar.
Yes.
Has nothing to do with Hughley reviews.
Yeah.
Damn it! They all close at 9 o'clock.
Well, what time is it there now?
8:45.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't have enough time. Oh well. That sounds like a tomorrow thing. Right now, I'm trying these home remedies of spray WD-40 on it and then scrape it off with steel wool and then try to get the screws out that way. And I just tried to get one of the strip screws out with duct tape, and that doesn't work.
You should buy one that was built in 1988. They last forever.
That's true.
This one is about 20 years old.
There you go. After 1988, that's it. It's fucked.
Yeah, our washer and dryer are they got to be about 15 years old, and they're still holding out. But I worry about them.
Yeah, I don't even know what year this one was built.
Really got to check their back for lint.
Yeah, I need to at some point actually take my dryer apart because I do clean it, but I only clean the parts I can easily access. So I know there's a lot of shit that I'm not accessing correctly.
Right, they're like my fucking portable air conditioner, where it's like, sure, there's filters on the side and the back where it's like, here's where the air comes through, and you clean the filter every once in a while. That's fine. They don't talk about the fucking thing down in the bottom, the air intake in the bottom, where it's like that just accumulates dust, so there's no easy access unless you take the whole fucking casing off the fucking.
Yeah. No, I'm learning how to take apart washing machines. That's for damn sure. It's one of those ones where I'm like, oh, okay.
I've gotten to the point where I feel quote unquote handy, where it's like, oh, I'm learning how to unscrew things and today I bought a new hose for my air conditioner because my old one had finally deteriorated to the point where it's just leaking heat into my room, even if I duct tape it. But I bought a new one that is dynastically opposed to my air conditioner, where it's it's not the right fittings. It's an opposite fitting for the piece.
Oh no!
So it's just I'm just gonna duct tape this fucking thing together and make it work, because I'm not going back to Canadian Tire to get it changed up. So fuck you. So yeah, and it works. It currently works. Duct tape is the savior.
Yeah.
Nothing
the Canadian
can't fix.
The Canadian invention of miracles.
It is a beautiful thing. It really is. I have an airtight fucking connection to my window now, where all the heat goes out and all the cool air comes in. Can't ask for more.
I want to know why Hollywood does not have any more ideas. They're making a sequel to Showgirl.
There was already a sequel to Showgirl.
Yeah, but this will not. No, I'm joking. I forgot that there was one.
Yeah.
No, yeah, they made one with one of the like Penny or whoever, one of the side strippers.
Yeah, the
from
blonde
heaven,
one.
Rena Riffle.
Yeah. Dad, you know your tits.
I know my B actors and their independent films they made that are not officially endorsed by the official movie that was made. Yeah.
Everything's on AZ News.
Yep. But no, there's no originality in Hollywood anymore.
Oh fuck no. Mind you, I saw the movie The Life of Chuck with
The Life of Chuck.
It was good. It was weird and fucking good. I loved it.
I love the story. I can't wait to watch the actual film.
Anyway, you'll like it. I really liked it because it's not what Hollywood usually does. That's why it's so good.
Also, a big thing for me is two of the just sort of extras in the background are part of the King Cast, who do a podcast on Stephen King stories and stuff, and one of them died in the last
Oh.
year and a half or so, and so
Oh, no.
like, so the movie's dedicated to him, Scott Wampler.
Oh yeah, that's how he. Okay, I was
Yeah.
wondering who that was.
Yeah, that's a great Stephen King movie, Doctor Sleep.
It is a great Stephen King movie because it bridges both the actual book and like the story of the book and the original book, and also bridges the Stanley Kubrick aesthetics and visuals of the Shining movie.
Is that the one that came out not long ago with what's his face there?
2019,
yeah.
Fucking
No.
excellent movie. As like for a movie that came out like practically 40 years after The Shining, it has no business being as good as it is, and it's just fucking amazing. Because the thing is, it's not like, and I won't spoil it in case you haven't seen it, but they don't really go into fan service until the very end of the movie. Yeah,
But I mean-
but otherwise, it's not like they don't rely on the first movie. It's its own movie, and then they kind of tie it into The Shining towards the end.
Yeah, and like outside of the guy they get to play Jack Nicholson, which I'm not that butthurt about, but like everybody else that they have to like play the versions of the characters from Stanley Kubrick's Shining, fucking pretty spot on. Like especially the actress they had to do like Shelley Duvall's part.
Oh, she was fucking fantastic. Like if they ever decide to make a remake of The Shining, absolutely cast her in it.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson was fine. I think the fact is you can't really replace Jack Nicholson, but at this point he wasn't acting. He was reasonable enough that it worked.
It was good.
He wasn't acting. That's actually him.
Yeah, no, but it was good. It worked. Like everything about that movie worked for me. I was because like it ties in Stephen King's actual interpretation of stuff, and it ties in Kubrick's stuff, and like makes it work together, which is something that should not work together, but somehow Flanagan made it happen. And I mean, he's a gold standard as far as like adapting Stephen King stuff at this point. Like he gets it more than anybody else does, I think.
Oh, mind you,
I mean, to fucking make a sequel to The Shining, you really had to make a fucking like they required a lot of thought. You couldn't just be like, all right, well, we're gonna make Jack go back to the hotel and fight the demons because it's like no, it basically like again, it was a different story that just happened to tie into The Shining. Like it's like if you could literally show somebody like the first 3/4 of the movie, and other than maybe some of the names, you really wouldn't even connect to The Shining. And then it's like, okay, well, at the end, it kind of connects together. It makes sense.
I'll say this is one of the rare Stephen King adaptations that's way better than the book.
Well, yeah.
No.
I haven't read the book, but I did read a summary of the book, and I would kind of say because I like some of the changes they make. The only thing I will say about the thing, and I will keep spoilers to an absolute minimum, Stephen King in books does not like to kill a lot of characters, and I tend to agree with that. Whereas movies do like to kill a lot of their characters.
I'm gonna totally push back on that. Stephen King in book kills a lot of his characters, especially his good ones.
Okay, well, in this particular book, then let me rephrase that. In this particular book, he does not kill a lot of his characters, whereas the movie does kill a lot of the characters.
No, he pretty much Stephen King's book and the movie. I feel like they kill pretty much the same amount of characters for the most part.
Not from what I've heard. Okay, well, cover your ears if you care about spoilers. So, well, the main character Danny doesn't die in the book.
I don't.
The father doesn't die in the book. The guy who I don't know his name, but the guy the brown actor plays him in the book. He doesn't die in the book.
No, actually, he does die in the book.
I don't think he does.
Pretty
At least
sure
not the summary I read.
From what I remember, he dies in the book.
Well, we're gonna have to look that up. But
because they go to kill the vampire clan or whatever, and they get ambushed.
Apparently, in the book, he doesn't die. Well, okay, hold on. Before maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong. Let's look this up. Hold on. I'm not even sure how to look it up. Okay, Doctor Sleep characters. Let's start with that. So I don't even know his name. Okay, what's his name? Oh, the guy who played Dick Halloran in the remake was fucking fantastic
Oh,
too.
he's great.
I mean, I could have thought he was literally
he's the guy.
Scatman Crothers.
He's the guy who plays in the Marvel Falcon and Winter Soldier and the new Captain America movie. He plays the black Captain America. That
Oh
no one
yeah,
talks about.
what's his face?
Oh,
there,
right. Yeah, the old Captain America. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was good.
Yeah, oh, what's his name there? Yeah, he was in the. He was the fuck. Carl Lumley.
Mm-hmm.
But just the fact that he like resembled Scatman Crothers so well, that was like,
Yeah,
okay.
and like
Yes.
he nails the performance, like just totally.
That was actually not bad of a movie. I actually like that movie. Captain America against the Red Hulk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it was
I
okay.
actually liked it.
Yeah, it was okay. And Carl Lumley was also Mantis, which was a like early '90s superhero TV series.
Oh shit! I remember that.
Mm.
Huh.
And a hush fills the chat.
Yeah. I mean, I don't watch movies, so I can't.
God damn.
Well, I mean, without even, I'm just I put in, so the character's name is Billy Freeman, and without even having to do too much research, I go to Wikipedia and it says status of the novels, deceased in the films. So
Okay. I guess I'm wrong.
there you go. I just remember because when I saw the movie, I read I didn't read the book, but I just read a summary of it, and they were saying that he survived in the book, as did the dad, as did the thing, and I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not generally a big fan of killing the character unless it makes sense to like. And I was like, okay, I kind of like how Stephen King doesn't. Well,
I mean,
Stephen
Stephen King
generally
doesn't do that. So I got to say, like Mike Flanagan, he decided to get a little darker in the adaptation, I guess. So good on him.
Well, I listened to an interview with Stephen King at one point, and Stephen King was kind of like, I don't like to kill characters unless it makes sense because I've spent a lot of time crafting these characters, and I don't want to just kill them off too easily.
Stephen King can lie sometimes, I think.
Yeah, because one movie I saw not long ago was The Mist.
The cocaine addict who beat up a van that hit him one time. You saying he might be a liar?
Well, he didn't beat up a van. I don't know what you're talking about there. He got hit by a van.
He got hit by a van, then he bought the van, and then he beat it up.
Oh,
like
that's true. That's true. That's right. He did buy it. Yeah.
The what?
After like Stephen King in like the late 90s, early 2000s got hit while he's walking on the road by a van.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he was crippled. He got addicted to opiates and stuff, and he had a really dark period where he wrote a really slew of bad books that were indicative of being under drugs and not the good drugs.
Yeah.
Cocaine.
And once he came out of that, he bought the van from the guy who hit him with it.
Really?
And then destroyed the van himself. Cathartic. Yes. Yeah.
I probably would have done the same thing.
He beat it with a pipe or a bat or something.
I probably would have done the same thing.
Stephen King just comes off as like a really nice, normal guy, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's a very blue collar centric kind of dude.
He seems he seems nice enough-ish. Like, I think there's been footage of him, like, he'll sneak into bookstores and just start signing a bunch of his books without anyone knowing.
I mean, he's a guy who's like almost single-handedly like kept art afloat in his hometown and shit. Like, just like having museums and libraries and stuff that he funds and all that shit. Like, he's not a terrible person, which is rare to see from some famous people.
Well, I mean, I generally admittedly I haven't read a lot of his stuff, but I mean, the the adaptations I've seen, like generally I like a lot of his shit. Like it's very kind of, he tends to kind of be more 80s 90s centric kind of with his writings. Like
Yeah, I mean he's an old head. He's a boomer. I mean there's no getting around that shit. Like sometimes when he writes about like modern technology, it comes a little like, oh Steve, you don't know. You know what you're talking about.
yeah, you get the Lawnmower Man or something like that.
Well, no, Lawnmower Man has nothing to do with his ideas and technology because that movie he disowned.
Wasn't that written by him?
No, he wrote a short story called The Lawnmower Man, which is about a bumfuck dude who is like overweight and drinks too much beer.
Well, hey, it's all of us.
Yes,
Yeah.
who hires a gardening service to like maintain his lawn. And the gardening service is run by the god Pan, and the guy that the god Pan sends to do his lawn strips naked and eats the grass. He's like a satyr or something like that who just like strips naked and eats the grass and at one point like eats like a groundhog or something he comes across while he's eating the grass. So of course this disturbs the guy, and the guy's like, "Fuck this! I'm going to call the police." And then the guy's like, "Buddy, you can't break the deal that you made with my boss, you know. So I'm going to have to kill you." That's the Lawnmower Man. The movie they made out of that like is 100% totally different, and Stephen King actually sued them to take his fucking name off the movie.
Well, like, I'm not fucking surprised. Like when you actually like know the context of it, where it's like fucking it is like, isn't he like it's some demon that's battling some space turtle, and then like in the book, like the children have to have like an underage children orgy so they can escape the sewers. Like it's like that book was really fucking like had some weird fucking shit.
Space turtle.
Yeah, wasn't it a space turtle or something?
So there's this whole there's this whole idea of like the Stephen King mythology where there's this giant turtle entity that's like the creator of the universe. Like he got sick and barfed up the universe, and it is like this primordial like evil entity that like knows of the space turtle basically, and it's like. There's this whole thing, but it's not super important to like what it's about. But like it's a kind of thing you can't really adapt to the series or the movie really with it making any sort of sense, and it's just distraction from like the central story. But in the actual novel, if you read the novel, it makes sense and like it all comes together. But like to do a proper adaptation of it, you'd have to do like probably like a 2-season series, honestly, like to like get everything in. So,
I mean, obviously they're never going to film a fucking child orgy, but like, yeah, I mean, I am a fan of them trying to fit in what they could, but I mean, I feel the movie was probably as reasonable as you're going to get because you know there's that new series, Welcome to Derry, that's coming. Which I'm fucking looking forward to that. So here's the thing: It Chapter 1 came out right around the time as Stranger Things, and I like Stranger Things. It was good, but to me, I was just like, It Chapter 1 was like the better version of Stranger Things. Like it was like the same concept of like a bunch of kids, weird shit happens in their town, but it was so much better.
It's no mistake that Stranger Things uses the book font from the early printings of Stephen King novels as their titles.
Oh yeah.
But
you know what? Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, so the guy who's doing the Welcome to Derry is the same person who's behind the It movies.
Okay.
And they have the same the Skarsgård guy who's playing
Bill Skarsgård.
Yeah, he's going to be in the series. And the interesting thing here is like they're setting that back in like the 1950s, whereas like the new It movies were set in the 1980s, and then 20 years later or whatever, then in like
it's every 27 years, I think the creature has to feed or whatever.
Yeah, so like the movie was set in the 1980s. and then it became contemporary with us, with the adults. But the series is going to be set in the 1950s, so they have this. They have the full like open plane to like tell the It story in the 1950s like the actual book does, and they're still open. Like these kids or whatever that are going to be like the protagonists in the series, they can like theoretically beat It at the end of the series or whatever, and still the movies still work in context, kind of thing.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's actually going to be good. I'm looking forward to it a lot more than I am the fucking Jason Voorhees origin story series.
Oh God, I don't know how that's going to go.
Well, gentlemen, I'm out. I will be back probably watching a little bit later on. So thanks for the shots. Thanks for allowing me to drink a beer not by myself.
Cheers, Daniel.
Cheers.
What's that, Lee?
Have a good one.
I'm not even drinking.
Right.
Tell your daughter I said hi.
No.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say hi, Jesus. But yeah, I mean, listen. I love. I don't know why I say I love it. Stranger Things, I really liked. The first season was pretty good.
I haven't seen anything of it.
So here's the thing about Stranger Things. The first season was pretty good. I feel it was overhyped, but it was pretty good. Second season, not so much. Bypass that. The third season, fourth season, the actual fourth season was fucking amazing. And I'm looking forward to the fifth season of it. I do feel you have to bypass the second season, which is just not very good, and it kind of gets stupid. But they do, I feel, pick it up in the third and fourth. That makes it worth watching. So to somebody, I would actually recommend watching it. I do think it's good, just with that one caveat. I just feel my one thing I've always had with Stranger Things is that the first season was really hyped up, and it wasn't as good as the hype would lead you to believe. It was like, hey, this is good, but it's not that good.
Third and fourth season are very Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, the fourth season is literally like a ripoff of Nightmare on Elm Street to the point where, like, Robert Englund is in it, although he doesn't play the character you think he plays. But he's literally in it. But no,
Robert Englund.
The fourth season is Nightmare on Elm Street. Like,
yeah.
That's actually part of what I liked about it. I mean, and actually, the fourth season gets really dark towards the end. There's actually, I wish they got a little more dark. A few characters made it through that I was like, no, you need to kill some of these characters. And I was a little disappointed they didn't actually go all the way through. But they do get pretty dark in the fourth season where they do kill some characters. So
some kids.
I mean, they kill kids all through the series, honestly. But yeah.
Oh yeah, kids aren't really safe. But like, yeah, it was.
I mean, even from like the first season where they killed the redheaded chick there, Barb or whatever, where it's just like, it's like, oh shit, it's pretty brutal. It's
a good series. It probably doesn't justify the fucking 9 years of development time to get through 5 seasons.
No, like I mean, that hit COVID at the shit, so that stopped it for a while and whatever. But like,
fuck. I like to forget about COVID, but yeah, you're right.
Everyone wants to, but I mean, COVID did really like dent the industry in like really bad ways. Like where just like everything was put on hiatus. Like there's movies coming out now that were made during COVID times that are just getting released now.
Yeah.
Like that shows you how much of an effect it actually really had on like not just the movie industry, but like the television industry and everything like across the board.
No, I mean it was a fucking game changer. I'm a little disappointed to see like a lot of things like are starting to get undone with COVID, like the whole working from home thing. A lot of companies are really pulling that back now. But
yeah, and it's gonna bite us in the fucking ass. We're gonna hit another fucking period where like a new version of COVID shows up and kills another couple million people, and it's gonna fuck us up. But we're never gonna learn from it.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as it's not rich people being killed, they don't care. So
exactly, that's the thing. And as long as it doesn't affect rich people enough, that it's not gonna trickle down to us.
Trickle down, trickle down economics.
Yeah, I mean, like people like probably more than anything, like nurses and healthcare practitioners who were like during COVID being like, "Oh, you guys are heroes! You're saving everyone." Now it's like, oh, you're suggesting we should get a vaccine? You're a bunch of fucking fascists that are just trying to get us controlled by Mark Zuckerberg and his fucking 5G whatever bullshit. Like,
Yeah,
really?
Jewish space lasers.
Can't wait.
fucking-
Can't wait for 5 years from now when COVID 37 shows up, and I'm a hero again. I'm a hero where I'm an essential worker and a hero, and I get paid more, and I risk my life and my family's life.
Did you get a bump in your pay during COVID?
Oh yeah, I did. Got a pretty.
Oh,
good
okay.
And did they take it away?
Yeah, I guess they took it away at some point.
They took it away?
They did take it away, yeah. It went down.
Yeah, of course they did that with all the grocery stores in Ontario as well, which is like
see the way
like,
they
just
did it.
fucking give 'em-
The way they did it, they didn't add it onto my actual pay rate. They gave me bonuses every month, like, oh, here's a little extra on top of your pay. So like that way they can legally
They just took away the bonus part.
Yeah, they're like, oh, COVID's not a problem anymore because the government said so or whatever. So now we don't have to pay you this anymore. Things are back to normal. So fuck you.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I went in every day during COVID as well, and I didn't get fuck all for a pay raise. In fact, my Christmas bonus got cut in half, so fuck them.
No, that sucks.
Yeah. Even though the boss was fucking bitching that she couldn't afford anything, so she cut everyone's Christmas bonus in half, and then went ahead and bought herself a fucking $11 million Muskoka cottage.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, rich people always complain that money they can't like get tax rebates on. That's the problem for them. It's just like, oh, I have to spend some of my actual money and not get it back during tax time. That's a real problem for me. Like that, like fucking the higher ups in Sobeys who like get their fucking bonuses regardless of how the company does really every fucking year. They can go fuck themselves, man. They get their bonuses. Our bonuses are fucking reliant on like our productivity and how well we do every year, kind of thing. So
yeah, it's funny if the company doesn't do well, your bonus suffers, but the guys who actually control what happens throughout the company, their bonuses don't suffer. It's funny how that works.
Theoretically, their jobs are more important than our jobs are. They are the ones who make the decisions and fucking direct the company in certain directions. They should probably answer more for how the company actually fucking performs.
100%. They should be answering. If the company does poorly, they should be answering for it because, hey, what did you do? The guy stocking the shelf or the person manning the register, that doesn't affect how well Sobeys does for the year. You guys do your job one way or the other, whether you're doing well or not. You guys do your job. Like that's in any industry. Is like the people that have no fucking say in anything, like fucking don't do. That's why I am a fan of co-op companies, which I know is few and far between in this society. But you know, the very few companies that do a co-op, it's like, okay, well that makes sense. It's like, hey, the company doesn't do well, the janitor makes less money too. The company does well, the janitor makes more money. Why the fuck not? Everyone in the company makes more money if they're doing well. If they're making less money, everyone makes less money. Fair enough.
Right. And all I'm doing is following orders. I just do what people tell me.
You got no fucking say whether the company does well or not. Like it's
and I mean to an extent I do because I'm technically customer service even though I don't deal with customers. I make the store accessible and pleasant for customers is what I do basically. So
yeah,
like
but
I stock shelves. I make the shelves look good, and fucking, you know, that's the extent of it. But fucking, you know, I lost my thought. I was going to say something and I totally lost my train of thought.
Well, I was just gonna say nobody's gonna fucking say, well, the Sobeys that didn't do very well this year because Lee didn't stock the shelves properly. So yeah, let's give our executives a bonus. Let's fucking cut Lee's bonus in half.
Let me put it this way: if you walk into my Sobeys here in Greenwood, Nova Scotia, you will not find a cleaner, more well-stocked Sobeys
than our fucking store. Our store is pretty fucking top notch. And honestly, I'm not the best worker there. I'll fully admit that. I try to be lazy. I try to like take my time because our fucking back shift is so fucking our back shift's so good that like we kind of have to like take our time just to eat up our fucking shifts. Like we have to kind of do that. But like, yeah, no, like our store is great. Like it's so customer accessible and functional and clean, and like if you see a hole on the shelf, like if you see something out of stock, that is not our fault. That is not the fault of the employees. That's the fault of the fucking warehouses who don't send the shit to us.
Right. Because they didn't ship something to you.
Yeah. And I mean that's a big problem. Like honestly, our biggest problem is the fact that our warehouse system is flawed. It's priority. Like it will send stuff to other stores that won't send to us. Just because they feel like other stores are bigger markets and they need more. Like our store is, I'd say functionally our store is a B store out of the Sobeys chain. And so sometimes we just don't get the shit that other stores get. And sometimes we don't get the attention that our stores get. And that's not our fault. But like the higher ups in Sobeys say, that's your fault. Well, why are you not?
Of course they do.
Why are you not filling these holes? Why are you not having the shelves totally full of stuff every time, every morning that we open for customers? And it's like, well, you don't send the shit, motherfucker. What are we going to do? Do you want us to fill the holes with shit that shouldn't be there? Because that's a totally different problem. That's a big problem for us. If we walk into the store at night and we're going to fill holes and then we see something filled over and we don't quite look at it, it's like, the wrong things in there, we can't fix that problem if we don't notice it. You know, like it's just it's a whole corporate bullshit thing. I'll say this, like Sobeys ain't the worst fucking company to work for. It really isn't. Like they're like honestly they're pretty good corporate wise, like compared to a lot of fucking companies. But there's still the innate internal corporate bullshit that you get from every fucking company, no matter who you fucking work for. There's always going to be like weird oversights from like little fucking dictators that get their little fucking office jobs and stuff that they haven't really earned. They just kind of like went to school for, but never like practically worked a day in their fucking lives on a store.
Yep.
So like that shit happens, but we roll with the punches. And I mean, I don't take any fucking pride in it, but I would stack my Sobeys up against any fucking Sobeys in the fucking country as far as like excellence goes. We just have a really good team, and we do our jobs, and it's a good store.
Well, you know what? I work for a company that was privately owned by a lady who was basically a female Vince McMahon. So, I mean, it's like corporate owned isn't necessarily that bad. Like a lot of fucking small businesses are pieces of shit too. It's just, you got your owners that are just more concerned with their business over individual employees. And
Right.
It is what it is, right? Especially during COVID, people are more afraid of their job, losing their jobs, than they are of like fucking maintaining, any kind of dignity. So,
yeah.
I'm going to take off, kids. Thank you very much. It's been a really good show.
Yeah,
we got
All right, Scott,
we got
thanks.
fucking the Vince McMahon of fucking New Brunswick over there.
Jesus Christ.
The only one here.
And I'm the
Goddamn, pal.
and I'm the French Canadian Lex Luger. Anyways, I'll head up.
Let me tell you something, brother.
Let me tell you something, brother. I'm dead.
Yeah.
I mean,
I should probably says.
Now I'm being racist in hell, brother.
Hulk Hogan in A La Guy La Chance. I am your brother, fucker, whatever. See you guys later.
I would love to see a wrestling match between Hulk Hogan and Gila Chance. Oh wow, he just fucking took off from there.
Yeah.
But so what's funny about so Hulk Hogan. So he, at least as far as I know, maybe it was just his son. So again, I don't hate Hulk Hogan the way you do, but his son, I think, was kind of a piece of shit. So I'll tell you a story. Back in the day, so this has been like 2000, 2001, 2002, somewhere in that range. His son, so I used to have a car called a Toyota Supra, right? It was a sports car. That's all you really need to know. And, there's an enthusiastic community about it. So on this forum, Supra forum, back in, again, a forum back in the day, Nick Hogan used to actually occasionally post. Now, at the time, Nick Hogan was like 13 years old. And he used to post pictures like, because his dad. So the thing about the Toyota Supra, it was very easily modifiable. Like the stock car was like 300 horsepower, very easy to throw a big turbo on it, make it 700-800 horsepower. So of course Hulk Hogan with his money could very easily do that. So as a result, Nick Hogan at age 13 was driving like a 700-900 horsepower Toyota Supra. To, of course, people, when he used to post on the forum, would be like, and he was driving it illegally, of course, because he was like 13, 14 at the time. So at the time, of course, people would often give him shit. They're like, dude, not only are you going to kill somebody, but you're the son of a very famous person. You're like, that's going to be a lawsuit waiting to happen. And sure enough, a few years later, he put his buddy into a coma. From what I understand, his buddy is still a vegetable.
Yep.
So, I mean, I've always kind of had a thing about, Nick Hogan being kind of a piece of shit, because he always kind of, even at a young age, was always like, no, it's fine. I can handle this car. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm a better driver than most of you guys are, even though you're, much older than me, whatever.
No, his piece of shit dad enabled his piece of shit behavior.
I mean, you're not wrong. But at the same time, I mean, I gotta fucking, Nick was the one driving, and I feel Nick is the one that, to some degree, carries that responsibility. Should his father have given him that kind of car? Probably not. But
don't get me wrong. Total, he carries 100% responsibility for the shit he did. Hogan carries responsibility for basically using all his power to shield his kid and get him out of trouble.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, what did he serve? 3 months in prison, 4 months in prison, something stupid fucking for that. And the poor dude is left in like fucking vegetable. But again, I understand it was an accident, to be fair. True. He didn't do it on purpose. So the dude maybe shouldn't be in prison for the rest of his life, but there should be some significant consequence to those actions. He
got no real significant consequence. That was a bad year in his very young life at that point. And now he's moved way past that. He's still going on. He's still going to be the rich son of Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. Meanwhile, his buddy is still a vegetable, from what I understand.
Yeah, and I mean, his buddy might have been a piece of shit too. Who knows? Whatever. But he's a victim, and that's important to point out. And,
I have very little doubt that his buddy probably was a piece of shit, but he probably still didn't deserve to live the rest of his life as a vegetable,
right?
Basically have his mother wipe his ass for him, which is what's happening. So
yeah, it's just honestly, and I don't hate Hulk Hogan, but I'd say fuck Hulk Hogan. I don't have enough feelings or emotions behind it where I give that much of a shit about Hulk Hogan, but he's a piece of shit. Fuck him.
So I listened to a podcast the other day because I was trying to kind of sort out my feelings, because I like Hulk Hogan. I like him for the influence he's been on even my childhood, and I wasn't even the biggest Hulk Hogan fan, but he had an influence on my childhood. And I was just listening to a podcast, and they kind of put it in a very interesting way, which I kind of was like, okay, this makes sense. Where it's we mourn Hulk Hogan, but we don't mourn Terry Bollea, because Hulk Hogan was a character that we all grew up with. We loved from a character, or at least most of us did. I mean, some of us maybe didn't. That's fine. And then, or at least he had an influence on, our most people's childhoods. Whereas Terry Bollea was kind of a piece of shit. He had a lot of problems. No doubt about it. Even back then, I've again, I've been just kind of listening to a few podcasts, just kind of interesting. And it's like, yeah, he even back in the day, like he had a lot of issues with like, kind of union busting and shit like that,
Yeah.
in the WWE and stuff like that. Like, he was kind of not such a great guy. And I mean, so it's like, yeah, it's like I can kind of see that where it's kind of like I can't take away his influence. I think he had a massive influence on just fucking 80s culture in general, 90s culture in general, maybe less so, but yeah, I mean, definitely he had a lot of fucking issues.
He did, and
No,
I,
go ahead.
I was just saying, I was not a fan of him even when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I grew up like watching more Canadian wrestling with my my granddad,
Right.
and he was very much like into Stampede Wrestling and the Hart family and stuff like that. So like I was watching a lot of that. I was watching a lot of the Maritime like independent wrestling that was on TV at the time. So I grew up watching that. Hulk Hogan was just like, he always looked like the fucking fake to me. I never liked him. Also, the way he was presented on WWF television, like he was supposed to be the good guy, but he always cheated. Like,
yeah.
He always cheated, and he always whined and complained when he lost. And I was like, this guy's a motherfucker. I don't like him. But the thing about him, like the time I did like him, honestly, watching him was in WCW where he turned heel and became a bad guy.
I think that was probably a good era. Like if you were to actually look at his history, I think that probably NWO was probably his prime.
Well, it revitalized him, right? Because like he latched on to that with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, and it made him relevant again, and it was a new version of him. The weird thing is that like it became the thing where it's like that's actually more what he's actually like. Like because as he played it in WCW, he's just like this duplicitous, lying scumbag. And like it turns out in real life, he's kind of that. And so you're kind of actually seeing the more realistic Hulk Hogan in WCW at that point than what you ever saw before. And
I mean, to some degrees, a lot like Vince McMahon, where they kind of both do what they need to do to get ahead.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, Hulk Hogan was. I mean, listen. I'm not going to take away. I'm not going to take away from his legacy. He did a lot of good things as well. He's a complicated person. Like he was a hero to a lot of people. He did like the not necessarily Make-A-Wish. I don't think he did Make-A-Wish, but like he did a lot of stuff.
He did actually. So apparently, John Cena has the record for Make-A-Wish by a wide margin. Mm-hmm. But apparently, John Cena actually beat Hogan's record. So apparently, so Hogan has like over 200. John Cena has like 650. So I mean, John Cena's way ahead. But apparently, that's not take away. I mean, 200 something. That's still.
You can't take away. He's a bad person, but he did good things. Is where I sit it at. Like, I think Hogan himself is kind of an old school like. Not a dyed-in-the-wool racist, but kind of a racist and kind of an asshole.
He's definitely iffy. I mean, I'm sad that he died, but I'm sad more for the fact that it's sort of a piece of my childhood that's dead, as opposed to necessarily the person he was, especially in the last 10 years or so.
I mean, he did himself no favors in the last couple of years. So.
I mean, I'll say it's I'd say like he's like Vince McMahon is worse, but I'll say when Vince McMahon kicks the bucket, I'll still be kind of like, well, he still gave people 40 years ish of, probably the best wrestling they're ever going to see. I don't think it's ever going to get better because, and even let's be honest, the last, basically since the Attitude or whatever the aggression era after that, like, probably hasn't been that great either. But I think Vince McMahon raised wrestling to a point it never would have gotten to otherwise. That doesn't take away the fact that Vince McMahon is probably an awful human being, probably far worse than anything you can accuse Hogan of.
Oh, I think Vince is probably a way bigger monster than Hogan ever was.
But
Yeah.
and that's not to say when he dies, there'll be a part of me that's sad that it's okay. There's a part of it's gone, but yeah, the human himself probably not that great of a person. So
I mean, honestly, I think Vince McMahon's probably a way worse human being than Hogan was. Like Hogan strikes me as a normal 1970s dude who probably like has some racist tendencies and shit. Who, and not a smart guy. Like, I don't think Hogan's a particularly smart person.
probably not. No,
And Vince McMahon, he strikes me as a really intelligent dude. And also,
he's probably borderline genius. Like just when you hear him talk, have you watched the Mr. McMahon documentary on Netflix?
Yeah.
Okay, like when you hear the guy, I mean, I think he's probably borderline genius, but he's also fucking a worse narcissist than Donald Trump ever is.
Oh
like,
yeah, he's
he believes in his own bullshit more so than Trump does. Like simple as that.
True.
So like just listening to interviews, that's why I find the documentary absolutely fascinating, and I'm actually happy that something like that could come out before. I mean, I imagine Vince probably won't do any further real interviews after this fact, but I'm just like I'm so happy they did this documentary because it's just like it's freaking fascinating. Just hearing this guy talk, and it's just like it's like, oh, we should have done a storyline where I got Stephanie pregnant. I'm like, that's so weird how you say that so nonchalantly, and a normal person would be like, that's weird, but you're just like that's.
He's so bothered by that, but like if you believe the rumors, the real falling out between him and Macho Man Randy Savage is that Macho Man fucked Stephanie at some point.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, she was a chick growing up around sweaty muscle men. I mean, probably a lot of them fucked her.
I mean, that's a prevailing rumor that has like fucking dogged Stephanie and the Macho Man and like the whole situation for years. Never been confirmed, but like that feels like that's because like what else would be the falling out between Macho Man and Vince McMahon other than that? Like because it was such a serious fucking falling out. Like plenty of people left WWF to go to WCW, and there was tension there, but they all came back and got accepted again when after the fact. Macho Man, it took forever for him to come back and be accepted by the WWF, and it was right before he died when he became accepted again. And it's just like, it's probably because he fucked Stephanie at some point. But
I mean, I would honestly be shocked if there's a lot of the wrestlers that fuck Stephanie that just have never either admitted it or owned up to it for either reprisal from Vince or, let's be honest, when she was growing up, she may have been underage, so maybe they didn't want to admit to that, right? But like, I mean, and I feel Stephanie's the kind of girl that just goes for muscle-bound goons. So
I mean, she has a history of it, that's for sure. But we'll see here. Dan said, "Fuck the Terry Man." Yeah.
All right, fuck the Terry Man.
Said the NWO is the best thing out there. It helped bring in DX. Well, that's true. I mean, it did like sort of make the Attitude Era a thing because like the WWE was like
they had to compete with it.
Yeah, and they had to have a response to NWO. And then he says, when Taker kicks the bucket is where I'll lose it. I mean, it'll be sad.
So here's going to be my hot take on that. Taker is probably not a great human being like Hogan either. I think he's probably also a racist too. I think he just has the good sense to keep it to himself.
No, that's the thing about Taker. He shuts up because he is still a friend to Vince McMahon to this day, and like he hung out with Vince all the time. He knows, like I would.
Oh, they know a lot about the rape and shit like that.
There
is no doubt about it.
There is no fucking way he doesn't know what Vince was up to because they're very close. And
Vince wasn't even fucking shy about it. He basically was like, "Oh, this is the Mr. McMahon character, so I'm just gonna shove my dick in this girl's mouth and fucking pretend it's a character." No, it was never a fucking character, dude. Like it was literally fucking the character you wanted to be.
No, fucking WWE, WWF. It was a boys' club. It was an open secret that, like, we're passing women around in the office. We're passing female wrestlers around as well. And, like, that went on for, like, a good 20, 30 years. And Taker was a big part of that.
Get another beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to go take a piss, so I'll be right back, too.
All right. Perfect. Back again. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, I think we were talking about the Taker. Yeah, he's well, I feel a lot of people like are I didn't actually realize apparently Brock Lesnar's apparently like suspended or at least he's not on the show because apparently he was like part of the Vince McMahon controversy.
Yeah, it seems like he's a little bit persona non grata because he might have been in on some of the kind of Donald Trumpy Epstein-y shit that was going on in the WWE. But I mean, like, yeah, no, go back to Taker. Taker knows. He knows shit. Like
he does.
There's no way he doesn't. But he's smart enough to shut up about it.
That's the thing. Now here's the one thing I'm going to say. I'm not going to necessarily defend Hogan, but I'm going to say, and maybe you and Dan know different. So I'm working with half knowledge here. But from what I understand, his sex tape where he dropped the N-bomb a bunch of times, that was leaked. That wasn't actually something he wanted to get released.
No, that was leaked because his friend at the time, Bubba the Lud Sponge,
right?
I think he was the one who leaked it even. And it was like Hogan fucking his then wife or girlfriend or whatever the fuck.
Well, I think they were okay with because I think they had an open relationship. Or
yeah, but and I mean, of course, that chick would have an open relationship with Bubba the Love Sponge because if you look at that guy and you look at that chick, it's like, yeah, no, she's doing it for the money or whatever. Because
it doesn't surprise me. So the only thing I'm going to say about that is that it doesn't excuse what he said, but he was filmed and exposed in a way that he wasn't expected to be filmed, and he was entitled to privacy in that situation.
Yeah,
like if you take the situation differently and it was a female wrestler, say Charlotte Flair was filmed fucking some dude, everyone would be fucking saying, hey, you know what, this is her right to privacy being fucking taken away. And meanwhile Hogan is just like, well, all we're taking from this is he said the N-word a bunch of times, which again, not a great thing, but he had an expectation to privacy in that video.
Yeah.
And that's where my part kind of comes in, is I'm just like, well, I mean, if any of us were filmed at times we don't want to be filmed, I'm not necessarily saying we go around dropping the N-bomb, but I'm sure we've all done shit in private that we're not proud of, that we're just like, well, you know, so.
Or we say stuff that, like, when a general public sees it, they take it out of context and they don't know what's going on.
Like literally any of our offline shows
Yeah.
could be taken off very poorly, where it's, I mean, they're often not, but
yeah, but and that was like one of the weirdest, like, most embarrassing sex tapes ever, where it's just like he was barely fucking her, and then he was like, oh, I don't know, I ate too much sushi, man. I feel like shit. I ate too much. It's just like the most mundane, like, just talk where it's like, why are you even talking to this chick this way about this stuff? Like, it makes no sense. Like, she's just jazzed that she fucked a rich dude and it's probably gonna, like, do something for her or whatever, and she's like pretending to be nice about it, and Hogan's just like saying the most mundane dumb shit that no one gives a fuck about. He gets a phone call at one point. He's like, I gotta check, see if it's Nick. Oh no, it's not Nick. Well, fuck that.
Fucking Nick Lowe.
Yeah, it's just like, I gotta hang out with Nick later and do this stuff. So anyway, you were great, baby, or whatever. And it's just like, it's like, fuck, man. It's just so embarrassing. It's just like, that's his sexual.
So clearly not a fucking video that he really wanted to be released. Like, it wasn't like something.
No, like it's like the Gene Simmons sex tape, where it's just like he's kind of laying on Shannon Tweed and not really doing anything. It's like, no dude wants a sex tape where they look like that in the sex tape.
Well, that's the thing, is like most dudes, like, if like, most people think, oh, Hulk Hogan, fucking, alpha male, fucking Gene Simmons, alpha male, when probably most of them don't fuck that well.
No. Like, the takeaway I get from both those sex tapes is that they're fucking with their money. They ain't fucking with their dick.
100%. If you want to say a good fucking male sex tape, the one that got released of Colin Farrell, like, fucking 20 years ago, where he was fucking like some black supermodel. Like, that guy brought the business, and not only that, it's like I'm not there to see Colin Farrell. I mean, great that he's there, but it's like, the chick he's fucking is so goddamn hot. I'm like, okay, this is good. This is some good shit right there. But
I can believe Colin Farrell knows how to fuck. Yeah.
No, he gave it to her quite well. From what I remember, it's been several years since I've seen it, but he gave it to her. So again, my problem is when you're violating somebody's privacy, and I do believe Gawker, I think, got sued basically into, like, bankruptcy over it. So fair enough.
Yeah, he killed them, but, like, to be fair, Hogan was backed by Peter Thiel, who is this right-wing monster who is
I've heard this.
Yeah, yes. who is a piece of shit, who basically funded Hogan and helped him, like, sue Gawker into submission and destruction, because Gawker often, like, criticized and exposed Peter Thiel for the piece of shit he was. So it was an example of, like, censorship by rich people. Fair enough. And also, I'm not saying Gawker was great, because Gawker was a tabloid. It really was.
Probably not. No, I mean, well, I will say, like, if you released fucking the sex tape of, again, fucking some lady in the WWF, Charlotte Flair or whoever, I feel there would be a lot more pushback of saying you violated her privacy. I feel Hogan's privacy was violated. Now, does that make him a great person? No, there's several other examples of him being not such a great person, other than him just dropping the N-bomb in that video. But I do have an issue with people that just like to reference that video. I'm like, well, his privacy was violated. He didn't say great things, but at the same time, he did have some expectation of privacy, and you are watching a private video. Mm-hmm. So I have a little bit of a weird moral implication there, where I'm like, like, I don't feel you should judge somebody, because unless you want somebody judging you, by the worst things you've ever said with your friends when you thought nobody was looking or talking. I feel you need to kind of have some degree of, and I understand celebrities are held to a higher standard, so fair enough. But at the same time, I don't feel you should judge somebody by a video that was literally illegally obtained and shown to the world that should not have been.
And also Hogan has a well-documented history of being like not a great guy anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Was not, expose private shit. So, that was more like icing on top of the cake kind of thing, more than anything else.
Fair enough, but I mean, since he died, I mean, that seems to be the number one thing people reference, and I'm like, I feel like there's a lot of things you can reference to him that aren't great. And again, I'm generally probably more positive about him than I think a lot of people are, but yeah, I mean, even like going back to like the 80s when he was like, union busting and stuff like that, like, no, that probably wasn't cool. Like, probably would have been better if wrestlers had a union and stuff like that. I mean,
it would be way better if wrestlers had a fucking union. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, definitely, I think there's guys, and again, I've told you like my little own personal story of how I think his son's a little bit of a piece of shit. I mean, I don't know much about his daughter. I know they didn't get along, but I don't really know if she was great or not. But
to her credit, she got herself taken out of her dad's will, and this was years ago. Before, this was kind of like, I guess, when their relationship broke down or whatever.
Yeah, I think that was like a 22, 23, something like that.
Yeah, she had herself taken out of his will, or like requested it at the very least, and I guess she just went to school and worked as a waitress and shit. And this is stuff she did not need to do as like a rich kid, basically.
And Hogan's daughter.
Yeah, she came up with privilege. She worked in wrestling for a while alongside her dad and everything, but they had whatever sort of falling out, and she went out on her own and did her own thing and achieved on her own and proved herself. So, I mean, more power to her. Like, apparently she's doing her best to, like, carve her own way or whatever. So you can't really shit on that.
Seems to be doing all right. So I'll tell you a funny story. The very first episode of Hogan Knows Best, which is the only episode I watched, because again, going back to Super Forums, the episode was her dating a guy, and the guy she was dating happened to also drive a Toyota Supra. He had a very modified Supra. He was also on Super Forums, and I believe he was friends with Nick. And then the guy was like pre-med. So the guy was like, would be acceptable to Hogan. I mean, and he was also very white, so like very acceptable to Hogan. So I mean, yeah, but the guy was like, he was actually like much more than Nick. He was actually a very regular contributor to that forum, and he had like a forum and whatever. And he was like, so like he had a fast car, and he was so whatever. Somehow he got onto that show. Like, I guess they got it where he's like, he's going to go on a date with Brooke. And for one, I don't think it went anywhere, but like, I think it was just literally an episode of the show. But it was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. That dude that was like always, just posting on the forum was, just went on a date with Brooke Hogan and stuff. That was kind of interesting. Just how that show kind of connected to that. And if you weren't kind of part of that car community, you didn't really have any, knowledge about that. It was just some random white dude taking Brooke Hogan for a date. But
it's funny that like these incidental people that like kind of show up on these reality shows, and it's like, what happened to this person? Like, because I can remember the Osbournes. I used to watch that a little bit, and there was this episode of the Osbournes where the son there, Jack Osbourne, I think, he, like, the parents were out of town or whatever, so he had the run of the house to himself. And like, I guess the whole story of the episode or whatever is like he was fighting with his sister about like what to do in the house and how to use the house during that like couple days they were gone. And he decides to have like a party, and he invites his friends or whatever for like a fun pool party and shit. And there was this super hot redhead chick that was one of his friends that was invited to the party. And she was wearing like white, like super sheer white, like
basically underwear, not even bikini or anything. She was like, just like, I'm wearing these super sheer white stuff. So like when I dip into the pool, Jack is going to see everything when I come
You're
out.
gonna see everything, yeah.
Yeah, and she was like trying her best to like become his girlfriend or whatever. I was like, whatever happened to that chick? Because like he kind of like the party got stopped and he made everyone leave or whatever the fuck. And I don't think anything ever came of it. But like I was like, where's this redhead now? Like that's what I want to know. Did she get an Instagram account? Because I want to see it. You know, kind of thing.
Probably on OnlyFans or something.
Probably, but yeah.
So here's a question I want to ask you.
Okay.
Because Agnes and I got into this conversation, I'm actually very curious to hear what you think and what maybe even what Dan thinks, if Dan's still in the fucking chat. So I'm not talking about who's a better human being, because I think we can probably agree on that. Who do you think was more influential to their particular industry? Ozzy Osbourne or Hulk Hogan?
Ozzy Osbourne.
Okay.
I think
I would. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna put a caveat on that. I'm gonna say Ozzy Osbourne, both with and without Black Sabbath, I think is far more influential to metal as a genre and pop music in general than Hulk Hogan. Because first off, Ozzy Osbourne has a span from the 70s to now with his influence. Hulk Hogan is more 80s to now. But I feel like when it comes to wrestling, his influence is a lot less because there's a lot of pushback on like the way he wrestled and like the style of the presentation of the wrestling that he was underneath. You don't really see that anymore. Like you don't see that 1980s WWF wrestling style in the current product anymore for the most part. Like if they do it, it's like a nostalgia thing. It's more of a
do you mean is it because of like sort of the concussion thing where they kind of scale back on a lot of the moves and stuff?
No, honestly, if anything, there's probably more like injuries and concussions today from wrestling. What I'm saying is like the more cartoonish version of wrestling that Hulk Hogan was kind of like the figurehead of.
Mm-hmm.
That is more treated as like a special thing that happens sometimes in wrestling, but it's not the overall presentation of the product anymore. It's one of those things where it's like every once in a while, like an indie wrestler or maybe sometimes a wrestler on one of the big companies will hulk up, where you know, like he has that spot where he's being beaten down by the bad guy. And then it gets to the point where he's not going to take it anymore, brother. And he's going to like start hulking up. And every blow that comes to him, he doesn't feel. And he's like, fuck you. I'm going to fucking mess you up. Like that was Hogan's big thing. You don't really see that anymore. Like you don't see that style of wrestling anymore, really. Like that cartoonish 1980s wrestling where people kind of just only did like body slams and clotheslines and shit like that. Not really a thing anymore, and it hasn't really been a thing for the longest time. So, like, the Hogan era kind of really died by the time we hit the mid-90s.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas opposed to Ozzy Osbourne's influence, like, metal has persevered to this day in a much more strong way compared to wrestling. Like you can't deny Hogan made... like, you know, in part as being promoted by Vince McMahon. Like Vince McMahon could have picked anybody. Honestly, people argue me with this, but I think Vince could have picked several different people as opposed to Hogan and made it as big. But he picked Hogan, and Hogan's the guy. And Hogan became, you know, wrestling became big because of Hogan and his promotion of Hogan by Vince McMahon. But that style really did hit a fucking roadblock compared to metal, which I think even to this day, even though you had like new metal and you had like alternative metal and all these different genres that Chris Peters hates and all this other shit,
it's persevered. Like everyone loves Ozzy. Everyone would still like listen to Black Sabbath and Ozzy to this day, kind of thing, and not feel cringe about it or feel like weird about it. Whereas opposed to like, looking at like Hulk Hogan stuff, people chuckle about it and have fun with it. But like nobody laughs at fucking Ozzy. Nobody fucking laughs at Ozzy. No one goes and looks like Ozzy Osbourne of Black Sabbath. That's fucking cringe and kind of funny. So we're gonna kind of like go on with the joke. That's not a thing that happens. People look at Hogan and go, "This shit's silly," and we kind of like it because it's silly. But that's the end of it. They don't. It's not a thing where it's like, "Oh, this is wrestling now." People look at Ozzy Osbourne and go, "This is still what metal is." So like that's kind of where I sit in my argument for that.
Okay. That was a fantastic argument. I actually like that. Actually, is good. Now I am going to take the other stance. Although to be honest, you had a very solid argument. I don't know if I can beat that, but I'm just going to say what I got to say. So because I guess I were just talking about this, and neither one of us had a particular strong stance.
Mhm.
Now my thought was Hulk Hogan. Now I'm just going to say because, and again, my music knowledge is not nearly what you or Dan's or whoever is. So I mean, fair enough. But I've always felt like Ozzy Osbourne was kind of known to people in like sort of the 70s and 80s who did the, like the rock, like the heavy metal, all that stuff. But there's a lot of other heavy metal going on that, also was very influential. Whereas I feel Hogan. Now, I actually do agree with what you're saying. Is I think Vince McMahon could have probably taken any character and probably propped him up to the thing because I think Vince McMahon was a very good promoter.
Mm-hmm.
Probably still is. Just obviously not very problematic. But I still feel like, regardless of what the circumstances were, I feel Hulk Hogan kind of elevated that industry, but he not only elevated the industry of wrestling. I mean, you're right. Like you go back and look at a lot of the 80s, 90s wrestling. It's cringe. But I also feel Hulk Hogan was the first kind of wrestler to kind of do that jump, whereas to go into like, hey, I'm going to go into pop culture. There's cartoons of Hulk Hogan. There's fucking movies about him. Granted, they're not very good movies, but they still exist. I mean, granted, I guess to some degree, Rowdy Piper also did that too, but I don't think he was nearly as probably a much better actor than Hogan. But I don't think he was nearly as prolific in the '90s as being an actor as Hogan was. So I guess that would be my argument, is that I feel like Ozzy already was like a very influential figure in an industry that had a lot of other influential figures, whereas I feel Hogan kind of grew an industry that kind of didn't have that many other influential figures at the time. Like, I mean, from that time, like I would say maybe Andre the Giant was more influential than he was at the time. Like, I know you got Warrior, you got Hogan, you got Ric Flair. I don't know if they are more influential than him. And I literally don't, because I'm not an expert of wrestling or anything. But just from my kind of layman's point of view, I kind of feel like he did kind of elevate that industry from where it was towards where it is now. But again,
here's the thing. Like he did elevate it to the mainstream in a way that like Ric Flair didn't, because Ric Flair was a territory wrestler. It was very much more compartmentalized in like certain regions of the U.S. and stuff like that. Whereas like with Vince McMahon promoting Hulk Hogan, he was dead set on making this like a national promotion and a thing that everyone knew. And yes, at the time, Hulk Hogan was like a crossover star. Like he was in Rocky, 3, I guess was
Rocky 3, Thunder Lips.
Thunder Lips is Rocky 3, and he was in Gremlins 2, and like, and then he had his own movies and his stuff. But like that shit hit a wall in the 1990s. That's the thing. His shit hit a wall in the 1990s where it did not make it past that wall. Like he was a nostalgia act after that for the most part. His heel turn was a nice little like change up, and he was relevant as himself. But like his whole like celebrity and his whole aura and like all the stuff he'd done beforehand kind of stayed behind that wall. And I would argue that like Ozzy and like Black Sabbath with Ozzy influenced far more bands that were contemporaries and like followers of that sound in heavy metal. Like, yes, there was definitely more, there was definitely a bunch of influential heavy metal bands, but like a lot of them will tell you we were influenced by Black Sabbath. We were influenced by Ozzy. And like Ozzy was like a constant like thing who went on throughout the decades, and he was a contemporary with the fucking things he influenced, and he was still relevant. He wasn't like, no one considered him old. No one considered him like old man Ozzy. Like everyone was always excited for like the new Ozzy thing that was going to happen. Whereas like by the time Hogan hit the mid 90s, everyone was like, this dude's old. This dude's fucking old. And like, that's a circumstance of like his profession as well. Where like
I feel he was old even in the 80s. Like he kind of was always old.
I mean, like he always looked 40, right?
Yeah,
but like,
but
when he hit, but like it's a sad circumstance of the business he's in, where it's like his body takes so much punishment that like he gets to like the mid 90s and he can barely move because he's beat his body up so much, right?
Well, and the fact that he even made it to 71 with the amount of fucking drugs he had dumped into his system, like it was like that. I mean, it's sad on one hand because 71's not that old, and people are like, "Oh, he's in great shape." It's like, yeah, but he did a lot of fucking shit.
Yeah, and
when he was younger,
and who knows what actually killed him at this point? Like, it could have been anything. Like, he's 71. Anything could have killed you at 71.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, none of us are doctors. None of us are his doctors or his autopsy technicians or whatever. But the reality is, roids really fuck with your heart. And
true.
If I were a gambling person, I would say it had something to do with his heart being weakened from years of steroid abuse. And
most likely,
maybe he had cleaned up after a while. So maybe the last 30 years he was in better shape, which is maybe why he died at 71. Instead of 45, like so many other wrestlers did. But
from what I understand, he kind of went fairly clean because like the whole steroid scandal in the early 90s with the WWF, and he was a big figure in that, where like he, kind of admitted, oh yeah, there's steroids, brother, and we do steroids, brother, and so, he kind of admitted to that. And then there was this whole period of where if you watch like WWF television in like the early 90s, there's a lot of people who don't look that cut. They kind of look like wrestlers from the 1970s where, they got muscles, but there's a layer of fat there.
Yeah.
Because
that's how most strong people look. Like most strong people look like they're either skinny fat, so they gotta. Sorry, not even skinny fat. They're skinny and muscular. Like imagine if Carrie like fucking just got a little more ripped. Yeah. That's how he would look. Or you got the guys who are like fucking, they're big and they're strong, but they're also a little bit fat. And the guys that are just fucking massive and ripped, yeah, that's that. Unless you've got really amazing genetics, that's not natural.
No.
Especially when it comes to women. Like women almost never have that kind of physique without steroids.
Yeah. But, honestly, my vote's Ozzy. He has a more lasting influence. I mean, Hogan had his day, and you can't deny the impact he actually had on the industry because, like, he did push. He was the guy that was picked to do it, and he ran with the ball. He pushed the industry into the mainstream. He did do that, but the stuff he did himself, it hit a wall, and the industry went on without him. Whereas opposed to Ozzy, I don't think he ever hit that wall. I don't think. I think the heavy metal genre always came back to referencing Ozzy. Always came back to being contemporary with him. If you listen to his albums throughout the years, he's always been kind of, if not on the cutting edge, always been like level with what was going on as far as heavy metal goes. And Ozzy's the more important figure, honestly.
So here's my question. Once Ozzy kind of hit his reality show days, which I guess that would probably be what in the early 2000s or something along those lines, you know, with the
Yeah.
Osbournes and all that. What was he still in music at that point? Was he
Yeah.
still actively creating more music?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, he was making albums and touring all the time. So
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
you know, he was going through his like bouts of like substance abuse and shit like that, and you know, like Ozzy's another guy where it's like, how did he live this long? Like, it's
Yeah.
just like, how did he fucking make it? But no, the Osbournes thing was, you know, a big thing for him and his family or whatever. But like, he was still like doing tours and making albums and shit like that. Yeah, no, he was constantly doing shit all the time for the most part.
Okay. I didn't realize like again I'm not I'm fairly musically ignorant, so I did not actually know that. I was always kind of under the impression that he wasn't that much of an influence once he kind of went into his reality TV show days. So it's kind of interesting to know that I'm wrong about that. That's yeah, that is.
No, he kind of had like a little bit of a revitalization in the 90s and 2000s, because like he kind of like burned out a little bit by the end of the 80s, because like some of his drug stuff got too bad and shit like that. And like I mean, I guess you can kind of credit Sharon Osbourne for kind of cleaning them up and shit, because she was attached.
Is she generally considered a good person? Because I've heard that she's also a bit of a money grubber. Is that, do you feel that's accurate? Or
no, I think I mean, she's probably a very strict businesswoman. I've heard she's very harsh and very protective and very confrontational and shit. But I get the impression that she loved Ozzy dearly, and kind of like that's kind of where it's at. But she was also, you know, she kind of managed his life for like the longest time too, because
it might be a little bit of a Linda McMahon, but without her husband being rapey.
Yeah, because
that we're aware of.
I mean, the reality is that Ozzy was a fuck up. Ozzy did way too much shit and fucked himself up, and he had control issues and shit like that, and he needed structure, and she was a woman who gave him structure. So, you know, and then it worked out. So what can you do? What can you say? I mean, I don't know the intimate details. It wasn't there, but like that's the impression I get, is that she was probably a good thing for him. Like Ozzy probably would have been dead in the 80s if she hadn't been around. So, because he probably would have overdosed on something. So.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, like you know, like both people we're talking about were probably on all sorts of drugs, but yeah, he was probably on stuff that would have killed him a lot sooner.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. I mean,
the fact he lived as long as he did is kind of a miracle. Like he was obviously kind of a genetic freak to some degree.
Which, I mean, I feel the fact that he was able to do his last concert was pretty. I mean, now granted, he didn't look great in his last concert, but I mean, the fact that he was able to do his last concert and sitting down and just, you know, kind of.
Apparently he didn't. Apparently he stayed off the pain meds he was taking daily for that day, just so he could do it, because apparently they prevented him from like kind of singing and doing anything. So he kind of just
pain meds can fuck you up, no doubt about it.
Yeah, so apparently he went off his medication and did the concert because it was the thing to do. And then, you know, he died a week later or whatever.
I mean, versus like, I mean, Hogan's last appearance in January of this year on, I think it was Monday Night Raw on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
He did not look good. Like you know, he still waved his thing. He basically was on there and just kind of advertised his new Real American beer.
Yeah, and then everyone booed him off the fucking show.
Yeah, they booed him off, but then he kind of like he ripped his shirt to show another shirt underneath. But then it was like it looked so sad because it was kind of like his old shirt was like around his ankles. So when he walked away, it looked like an old man was just like his shirt. Like, I was just like, oh, Hogan, this is probably not it probably wasn't meant that way. This probably isn't the last image you want us to see of you. That, like, you know, it's like. Like, oh, you got your pants around your ankles, literally. Like, it kind of looked bad, but
To be fair, he probably didn't think he was going to die a few months later. But nobody knows when they're going to.
no, I mean, I think Eric Bischoff were starting like their own new wrestling league or something like
Yeah,
that.
and that's tell you right now, that's going to fail. That's
Well, I would probably argue. I mean, say what you will about Hulk Hogan, but his ability to fucking market himself and his businesses was pretty strong. So I mean, yeah,
I mean,
I would say probably not having him there probably won't help them for sure.
even with him still alive, that was going to fail. I'll tell you right now, yeah, that was going to fail because they're trying to present a real wrestling federation that's not scripted or anything like that, but it's supposed to be pro wrestling where it's just like real amateur wrestlers like wrestling on the mat and shit. No one wants to watch that. I'm sorry. No one wants. The reason people watch pro wrestling because it's not real. But
Well, because
like
it has a good story to it.
it has a good story that like sucks you in, makes you suspend disbelief. You can't do that with amateur wrestling. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, look if you look at UFC, and this is why I'm not, for various reasons, I'm not a particularly big fan of UFC. But my opinion is fighting is stupid, and when you have UFC fights, it's like, okay, these two guys, they go in, and typically a UFC fight is one guy will just fucking knock the shit out of the guy in the first 30 seconds, then I'll be it, or girl or whatever. And that to me is not particularly entertaining because, yeah, I mean, generally when you got two guys who are very well trained fight, one of them is going to end up having a skill set that just completely dominates the other one. And to me,
or you get like early UFC where like two really dangerous people kind of like just hug each other for most of the fucking match and don't try to hit each other. Like you get like there was a Dan Severn Ken Shamrock fight in one of the early UFCs where they basically just like hugged each other on the mat for most of the match time. They didn't like throw blows or anything like that. They were just kind of like wrestling for position most of the time. It was boring as fuck. That's not what people want to see. People want to see a story. And that's what pro wrestling gives them. They give them a story in the match and it's exciting. When it's done well is what they get. But like UFC, it's like seldom do you get like a fight where two guys are so fucking good that they have like this 1 or 2 round just like banger where they're like just smashing the shit out of each other. So yeah.
Well, yeah, because most real fights don't really end like it's like I remember somebody said this. I don't remember who it was, but they're like, there's times like you can have really romantic sex where it's like really good and stuff like the movies. Fights never work that way. It's like you're pissed off, you throw a punch at each other, the guy misses but he hits you in the ear and it fucking hurts, and then you fucking hit him in the fucking rib cage, you break a rib. It's like fights are never fucking pretty. It's like it's like you get into a fight with somebody, it's probably both of you guys are going to get hurt. Doesn't matter who wins.
Yeah,
and this is why I also ultimately say fights are stupid. Like you shouldn't be fighting with somebody.
No, and like if you fight a trained fighter, the trained fighter pretty much ends the fight in 3 seconds.
Oh yeah.
And if the fight doesn't end in 3 seconds, it's two fucking idiots fucking slugging each other, and then they end up hugging each other, and then it ends up with like either a guy gets knocked out somehow, or a bunch of people pull them apart, and everyone looks stupid.
Most of the time, if we're talking like a street fight or something, most of the time they get pulled apart and everyone looks stupid because that's.
I can remember the one big fight I got in as a kid, and it was the stupidest fucking thing. It was as a result of the first girlfriend I had, where we're going together, and then she started like kind of flirting with this other dude, and I wasn't even like really mad about it, but I felt like some sort of duty to like fight this dude. And he like gave me some shit in high school. Like he gave me some shit during class or whatever, like, tried to taunt me. So I was like, okay, well, fuck you. And then everyone in the back, like all these other people I didn't know, like basically set this fight up, and I felt compelled to be part of it. So I went there. I went to fight him. There was like 20 people watching this shit for some reason. People I didn't know just kind of watching this fucking fight. And so I went to fight him. It was during wintertime. We went to this place behind the mall to fight. And things were going all right. Like I was pretty sure I could beat this guy, but I slipped on some ice when I made my first fucking throw of a fist. I slipped on some ice. And then he got on top of me, and he basically laid on top of me until someone broke us up. Because I couldn't get him off of me because he was like twice my size. So it was like, okay, I guess kind of gonna lay there, and whatever. It was over, and because like he got up and he was more winded than I was. Like he was like and he didn't. He obviously like I was like I'll still fight, and he didn't want to fight. So okay, whatever. I guess he won technically. And
again, fights are stupid. Nobody ever fucking wins, right?
Yeah, it's dumb shit. It's so dumb shit. It's just like I was embarrassed to be there because it was just like, what the fuck? Like, why'd I even do that? Like, whatever. But 17-year-old me, it was 19-year-old me. Whatever. She was 17. But yeah. What I'll do for a redhead. That's the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna end this, Greg. We've gone 4 hours. I think it's
how the fuck have we gone?
I don't know.
Anyways, Nick Peters killed those women.
Yeah, he did. He really did. And maybe I'll play my intro again. Maybe I'll do that. Let's try that. Can I
give Nick something to goon to as he's hanging out in his parents, or no, sorry, his aunt and uncle's basement right now.
Yeah, let's see what we got. Is that even playing? Where's the music not playing? There we go.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks
for watching. Anyone who watched, if you watched 4 hours of this, I feel sorry for you.
That's on you.
Yeah, but we're getting the fuck out of here. So goodbye, people.
Then